It is a beautiful day today, folks. It was a beautiful day yesterday too. I ended stream and my beautiful beloved partner and I, we'd been planning this for a while. We wanted to go on a big walk around Seattle because Seattle's a really beautiful city and it's not the easiest to walk around, mostly because there are parks that for one it's very hilly, and for two there are parks that kind of like cut across steep inclines and make it difficult. Like sometimes you're on a road and you have to like follow the road for a half mile before you can turn in any direction. It's a little winding like that. But we walked 11 miles. We were out for about 6 hours. About half of an hour was spent eating at a cafe. So about 5.5 hours of walking. It was a solid walk. My feet are pretty dang sore. I wish I'd remembered to wait, Vosh, can you see Mount Rainier from where you live? Dog, you can see Mount Rainier from like everywhere in Washington. Mount Rainier is colossal. It's like incomprehensibly large. It's massive. I mean, from all of Seattle, yeah, you can see Mount Rainier, trust me. We how many feet tall is it? Isn't that like 14,000? Like nearly 3 miles? 14.4 thousand? Yeah, here's Mount Rainier taken from I think the Queen Anne neighborhood of Seattle. Obviously you're using like photography trickery. You're doing like the zoom lens, but it's a big mountain. It's a big mountain. I've been up there, not all the way up to the top. I would have gotten to around here. Elevation wise, I would have gotten to around maybe here. But the part of it that I reached is on the other side. Mount Fuji? Mount Fuji is a lot smaller than Rainier. Rainier is way larger than Mount Fuji. Big rock? It is a big rock. Can you see it from Vancouver? Probably not, but my guess would just be like past that point, the curvature of the Earth might be a bit too much. Or maybe just the atmospheric fog. Like maybe if you went up high enough in Vancouver, you could see it if it was a perfectly clear day and there was no atmospheric diffraction, you know? But I'm not sure. It's very big. Is it an active volcano? No. I don't think so. It is an old volcano, but I think it's quiet. It's quieted down. Dormant, that's the word. How high up did you go? Like 9,000 feet? I think was where the hike took us to, but we didn't start at 0 feet, of course. We probably hiked up like 2,500 feet, but it was a winding hike. It was a solid 4 hours. It's the most difficult physical thing I've ever done. No, it wasn't an overnight thing. It wasn't that hardcore. It's not like I've trained for hiking? Renee is so goddamn pretty, man. Jesus Christ. Look at this shit. Again, it's camera trickery, but like, what the hell, man? It's so big. Any new takes on children and population? No, I still hold the controversial position that life is beautiful and worth living. I know a lot of people, especially these days, especially online these days, don't share that opinion, but I'm holding to it. I'm sticking to it. But yeah, anyway, we did a big old walk the other day, um, which I'm really happy about. Up through Seattle, we can take a little tour together. We started in Capitol Hill because my partner and I are both homosexuals, and then we went up north, and we went through Volunteer Park, and then we followed along the edge of Interlaken Park, and then around here, and then we went up the Montlake Bridge, up past the University of Washington, up and around, and then we walked all the way down here, all the way over to Fremont, and then we walked down the Fremont Bridge, which was scary because I'm afraid of heights, and then we walked through Westlake over to here, and past the Seattle Needle, and all the way downtown. They're pretty big, yeah, like 11 miles. It was a good. How walkable is Seattle compared to other cities? Seattle is very walkable in the sense that you want to walk around there because it's beautiful. There are a lot of parks. There are a lot of things to see. It's well designed for walking. It's difficult to walk because it's hilly. It's very, very hilly. Seattle is super hilly. It's the second hilliest city I've ever been to, save San Francisco, but I feel like Seattle might actually be more consistently hilly than San Francisco in some parts. Like San Francisco has like the one bit, like we all know, we've been there, right? That like massive fucking slope up and down it, but Seattle, it's just woo, 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 you know, the whole goddamn time. Everything's a goddamn hill. You're on Capitol Hill, you're on a hill. You go up to the Volunteer Park, that's up a hill. You go along the side of Interlaken Park, that's down a hill. You cross up here, that's up a hill. Then you go down to Del Mar, that's down a hill. Then you go across here, that's pretty flat. And then you go here, and this whole area is pretty flat because it's on a channel, you know? But then you've got to go up the hill in Fremont to get across the bridge, and then you go up the hill to go onto the fucking East Queen Anne, but then down the hill to go into Westlake. Woo, 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 woo. What's your opinion on San Francisco? San Francisco should be as populous and wealthy as New York City, and it's bad urban design that prevents it from being so. It's in an area with literally perfect weather. The area is naturally beautiful. They could expand San Francisco out into a mega city. And the only reason they don't do that is because they want to maintain high housing prices for the 75-year-olds who live in the single-family houses in the residential districts. Zoning keeps it from being beautiful. Didn't you say the West Coast should have like 140 million people? Yeah, it should. You know, the West Coast of the United States of America is genuinely, without exaggeration, maybe the most beautiful climate on Earth. Maybe like with the exception of San Diego, Los Angeles, because it does get pretty warm down there. But once you get up past like Central California, it's like everything from the Bay Area north up to Seattle is the nicest weather it can be, basically. You know, it's perfect. It's perfect. The entirety of the west coast of the United States, this should be one gigantic mega city stretching all the way down from here. Like the population and wealth of this chunk of the United States should be greater than the rest of the United States combined. It should like it did like not even remotely close. Yeah, mega city 1, mega strip 1 right here. Then why isn't it the capital of the world? Zoning. Zoning policies. I'm not even kidding, by the way. Zoning policies. People say the Carolinas have the best weather in the world. Who says that? Amphibians? Nobody likes that much humidity. What are you talking about? That's the problem with the East Coast. There's too much humidity. Pretty much the entirety of the East Coast is way too humid. That's why people move down to Florida. Because Florida's humid as fuck, but at least Florida feels like it's built for the humidity. But once you're up in the Carolinas or Virginia during a humid summer, fuck that. you know? At least in Florida, it's socially acceptable to walk outside in a Speedo and nothing else, drinking like a can of beer, because Florida is a anarchist hell state, you know, like it's lawless, right? But in the Carolinas or Virginia or New York or whatever, when it's humid, you have to suffer. You can walk around your underwear in Virginia. Well, it's still a blue state in in spirit. How come there's no large city on the Oregon or Washington coast? Every notable city is a few hours inward. Genuinely, like, it is evidence of mismanagement. I think the reason why there's no big cities over here in this chunk of Washington is because it would take an ungodly amount of effort to make these areas, uh, like, logistically connected. Because I don't know if you can tell by looking at this over here, but the Olympics, kind of a wall. This whole area right here, like, you can get through, and I've you know, I haven't been through, but I know people who have been through. You've got this corridor in the 101, and that's something, right? But if you want to get from the 101 to see, so you've got that one path up here, and then if you want to get any other way, congratulations, motherfucker, you're going all the way down here to the 12, and then this chunk of the 101. Like, there is a gigantic impediment right here. It makes sense that Seattle is where, you know, the shit's happening. That being said, there's no reason why we couldn't get a bunch of development down here. I mean, we have Vancouver and Portland right here. Yeah, you could build out a mega city right here. Japan is all hill and mountains and they did it. Yeah, but like Japan only has so many mega cities. There's like Tokyo and Kanto or whatever, but like for the most part, like most of the mountain cities in Japan are tiny little like one road villages or whatever. We're talking about a mega city, right? We're talking about a mega city. And if you want to build a mega city, you probably want to build it in a flat area. Kind of expensive, you know? Beaverton. What about Seattle? What about Seattle? It's right here. I'll tell you this though. You know what's real wasted space? All of the space between Seattle and Tacoma. Why the fuck is this chunk right here not part of the mega city? That's crazy to me. You know? Like all this space north of Seattle, perfect area to develop. It's flat, it's right on the water, it's perfect. You even have a ferry connection to Edmonds. You could turn all of this into megacity. Why isn't it? Why isn't it megacity? You know? The strip down to Tacoma, megacity. Make it all a megacity. I want there to, and I'm not kidding here, I want all of this to have 20 million people. 20 million people in this area. You could do it. You could do it. I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. 20 million. Vosh wants suburban sprawl. Are you listening to me, motherfucker? You don't build megacities with suburbs. You build megacities with urbs. Urban development. It's suburban sprawl right now. Look at it. Look at it. Look at the ugly face of the area between Tacoma and Seattle. Look at it. Look at it. I want all of this land liquidated. I want it paved over. I want a fleet of bulldozers to start from Soto and move south until they reach the hills of Tacoma. And upon the rubble, we will build Mega City 1. Why does it feel like you hate Brits so much? I saw your question the first few times. I think right now the main reason I hate Brits is because you spam the same question in my chat over and over. Honestly, this whole area, the Seattle-Tacoma Olympia Strip right here, 40 million people, 100 million people. Also, there's Rainier, by the way. In case you wanted to get a feel for how large Rainier is, okay? This over here, these are the Olympics mountain range. This is a mountain range. This is a mountain. That's Mount Rainier right there. There's Seattle, there's Tacoma, there's Mount Rainier. Singly the size of, like, the entire city. Is it a volcano? Well, it was. But now there's, like, snow on it, so it cooled the volcano lava down. It's still active? No, because the snow. The snow cooled down the lava. It's cool. Don't worry about it. How are you going to power the city? Did you know Washington gets most of its power from hydroelectric? Like, there are so many dams up here. We get some power from Canada, too. But, like, we have a bunch of dams in the... I did, like, in this area, you can see, like, all these rivers and stuff. Yeah, like 80% of the power for the state just comes from fucking dams. It's actually really cool. Dude, look at how fucking big Rainier is. It's one mountain. Can see it from the goddamn space station. Does Seattle have mid-urban areas? Yeah, for sure. Seattle's really nice. Anyway, my point is that we need a megacity. Sorry. Do you support using nuclear power for the city? I support nuclear power for everything. Navigator, I'm aware. I follow the Iron Snail. Anyway, speaking of the Pacific Northwest, you hear about what happened in Vancouver? This is one of the most deadly car attacks I've ever heard of in my life. 11 dead. Car rammed into a crowd at a Filipino festival. Police do not believe this was an act of terrorism. Really? Really? There's no evidence of that? I mean, 11 people... You have to try to kill 11 people. And it's a Filipino festival? Just like it just happened? I mean, I don't know.
We're devastated by what's happened. And we're continuing to work through what we're feeling. A little numb, a little sadness, a little anger, a little bit of everything. Just a little. Last night was extremely difficult, and the community...
I was there that day with my GF, but we left around 4. It's really scary that could have happened to us. Jesus. A few people she knows died yesterday? Jesus! I'm really sorry. Oh my god. The guy seems to have just been insane, not a terrorist. Multiple run-ins with law enforcement, mental health care professionals. Okay, but the problem with that is that, like, a lot of the most virulently racist people are also deeply mentally ill, because racism's kind of like a mental illness, a little bit. Like, there's a big overlap between those, right? Like, the crazy freak racist terrorists are also usually... Like, I think almost by definition... If you do a school shooting, you have to be some kind of mentally ill. I just don't think you're arriving at that place without something wrong with your brain. But you're probably also politically motivated, right? Like, there's usually a... I mean, I don't know. I want to know more about the suspect.
We'll feel this for a long time.
Our community is grieving. I'm heartbroken. We are in incredible pain. The Filipino community will show true resilience, and we will come together
Did they catch him? Yeah, apparently they pulled him out of the car. Civilians pulled him out of the car and held him down while the police came. Which is crazy, like, resilience-wise, because I feel like in America they would have lynched him, you know? Which, I guess I couldn't really blame the crowd if they did that. You know, considering the circumstances.
Car accidents here in Fraser by Oliver. Ambulance has already been called and police has been called.
There's a car. There's a car that went just through the whole street and just hitting everyone. And I saw one dead, one man on the ground. And then as I go further towards the end.
Be careful with the footage. There's stuff on Twitter showing the bodies. Usually AP News doesn't show gory stuff. But yeah, I guess so. That's probably true. A man driving a black Audi SUV entered the street after just 8 p.m. Saturday, struck people attending. Of course it was an SUV. Yeah, well, you need the mass if you want to do like a crowd drive-in, right? Can't go in with like a coupe. I don't know. I don't want to be conspiratorial and say that it was like a terrorist attack without knowing. It's just that, like, you know, come on, it usually is. Do you remember the last time there was a big like crowd drive-in in Germany and then everyone was like, "Okay, I bet it's a crazy Muslim." And then it turns out it wasn't Arab, but it was an ex-Muslim who was angry at white people for letting Muslims in. It was an anti-Christian terrorist attack done by an Arab by an Islamophobic Arab who was mad at the white Christians for letting Muslims into the country. Incredible. Like, God really does pull strings and levers to make sure every terrorist is a right-winger, no matter what. It doesn't matter. Fucking, an Arab killed white people at a Christmas ceremony in Germany. Fucking fiddles with all the back-end numbers. Oh, yeah, that was a right-wing Islamophobic terror attack. Okay, sure. Usually with festivals in Vancouver, they block off traffic with big cop cars across the interstate. Listen, I'm all in favor of pedestrianization and blocking off cars, but unfortunately, the fact of reality is, like, if you have crazy people who want to kill people in society, they're always going to find a way. There are force multipliers like cars and guns and stuff, but, like, past a point, it's like, you know, well, could they have blocked off the car? Sure, but, like, you know, could have driven on the sidewalk, right? Like, they're not blocking off the sidewalk. You can always find a way. If a person's willing to throw their life away, taking other people's lives away, like, they can, you know, no reason to make it easy on them. Sure. I'm all in favor of taking safety measures. I'm just saying, like, I don't like the attitude of, like, well, if they had blocked it off a little more, because what if they blocked it off a little more and he was like, okay, around the sidewalk, and they're like, okay, we'll put bollards on the sidewalk or something. Like, I don't know. Death finds a way. I guess we'll find out more about the motive later, but, like, Jesus, you know? Festival organizer calls attack a horrific tragedy and warns against misinformation. Oh, he predicted my stream. He saw the stream title. He warned against material that has been circulating following the attack, including apparent Google Docs aggregating people's personal information. Oh, yeah. There should be some political religious ideology behind it. There are no indicators this individual had that, police said. I just don't know if I trust police in that, because police say that shit all the time. They love to say that shit, you know? Partly because they don't want to make any statements ahead of time that they can later be, that would, like, embarrass them. You know? I don't know. There's usually a political motive. What people attribute to raw mental illness, it's almost always there's a political motive, right? Like, if a person does a mass killing because they think they have a demon talking to them and the demon is telling them to do it, or like they're God and they're like giving mercy to people by killing them, whatever, that's just mental illness. But if a person has like voices telling them that Filipinos are evil and corrupting the West or whatever, then it's a political motive. But people might look at that and go like, oh, well, that's just like crazy mental illness because like demons are telling them to be racist or whatever. And it's like, yeah, but which do you think came first, the demons or the racism? Because I bet you dollars to donuts that motherfucker always had something against Filipinos. And then as the mental illness like intensified, that became an exacerbating factor. You know, like I understand there's a concurrence there. There's like a relationship between those. But you know. From Vosh is a jihadi lover. Vosh, you gonna call this a false flag like you did with India, or is that only when Muslims do it? Well, considering the fact that Modi actually has had Canadian citizens killed before, I wouldn't say it's entirely out of the realm of possibility. You know, your country does actually have a history of doing that. You can't criticize India online, folks. They've got 1.4 billion people, and a shocking number of them have internet connections now. It seems. Can we keep him? Not with a name like Vosh as a jihadi lover. That's a little too unhinged. Yeah, listen, okay, these were Filipinos, but if this was like a Sikh festival, then yeah, I would blame Modi. He does have significant history of interactions with police and healthcare professionals. Does Canada have the same problem as America, where there will be people who are clearly incredibly insane and unstable, and then they'll get arrested 73 times, and afterwards the cops will be like, well, we've done all we can, and then they'll just let them loose? And the government will be like, well, good night, y'all, and then just... Yes, it's arguably worse here. It's fucking crazy, man. It's like it's wild to me that we have put billions and billions of dollars into a carceral system that wastes a lot of money keeping not dangerous people off the streets. But then when there are obviously dangerous people, but their danger is potential and a product of mental instability, the government's like, yeah, we can't do shit about that, basically. Like, I'm not saying that the insane asylums were, like, good. I'm just saying that maybe we could rip a page off the book and take a few notes or something. Just a little bit. Like, because there are some people who really shouldn't be walking around. Just, like, I'm not saying you have to do any, like, one flew over the cuckoo's nest shit with them. You don't need to, like, you know, abuse them. Insane asylums were very bad, actually. Yeah, but, like, prisons are bad now. But you still need them, right? Like, I don't think the solution... Like, they didn't get rid of insane asylums because they were morally wrong. They got rid of insane asylums because they didn't want to spend the money on them, you know? But I think it would be a nice idea to have, like, I don't know, a big building where if you're, you know, wacky, they like, get you to chill out a little? Like, they have, under the supervision of some medical staff? I don't know. Give them some lithium? Aren't they called prisons? Well, no, because you can't put a person in a prison unless they've been, you know, sentenced. They have a crime. They've been sentenced to a prison sentence. I mean, there are psychiatric wards. Yeah, but psychiatric wards are usually like a temporary thing. Like they're the place that depressed teenagers get put when they threaten suicide to their parents or whatever. Like they're not, that's not where like crazy homeless people go to spend a year or two taking lithium or whatever. Tempa usually allowed out when they're better. Yeah, but I've heard that like psych wards are really bad. Like really bad. I mean, I like everyone's heard one story or another, but I've heard they're like not great and they don't really help people, you know? In Canada, they let a man off scot-free after he decapitated and cannibalized a man on a bus. I don't know if I believe you, so I'm going to Google that. Canada man who beheaded bus passenger granted freedom. After hearing what he thought was the voice of God, he was deemed not criminally responsible and received mental health treatment. A review board in Manitoba ordered his discharge without monitoring, saying he did not pose a significant threat. The mother of the victim, who had opposed granting Mr. Baker freedom, said she had no words following the decision on Friday. I have no comment today, Carol Dideli wrote on Facebook. Yeah? Well, how long ago did it happen? The attack was in 2008, and the release was 2017. Okay, you know what? It's actually possible that within 9 years of extensive psychiatric and professional treatment, you might be able to reasonably determine that a person is no longer a threat. Okay, my impression, just like speed reading the title, was that it was like a you know, right after the crime was committed kind of thing. But after 9 years of being kept in you know, okay. I mean, that's still pretty crazy, but you know, it can happen, right? He spent 7 years in treatment in a secure wing of a psychiatric hospital. See, he was allowed to be in a psychiatric hospital because he had committed a crime. Uh, Decapitating someone on a bus is illegal in Canada, it seems. You know? Uh, but if you haven't committed a crime, but you're still obviously like not well, the state can't really do anything, you know? He also said he was really sorry for what he'd done. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It kind of seems to me like this is a good case, isn't it? Like, assuming that the review board was correct in their assertion, you know, he committed a horrific crime, received 9 years of medical treatment, and then, you know, I don't know. I'd like to believe it's possible for people to go wacky mode and then feel better. But he should still be monitored. No, well, it's been monitored for 9 years. I guess it just depends on the weight of the evidence. Listen, most people who randomly decapitate somebody on a bus are probably not going to be released with no monitoring after 9 years in a psychiatric ward, right? Like, this is obviously an atypical case, which is why, you know, which is why it's being treated with some significance. Is he still allowed on buses? Well, what do you want him driving cars and then killing 11 people? Be serious. Reformist chat when crime happens actually go to hole. It's so difficult to talk about carceral justice on stream because half of the leftist internet is like, actually rapists and murderers shouldn't get prison because that's fascist. And the other half is like, well, I believe in reform and even the abolition of prison, but if you're rude to me in public, like you should probably do life in prison because that's unforgivable. So it's unfortunately it's a subject where people have really strong feelings and it kind of gets in the way of the principle, right? Because the default thinking, like people do this with rapists all the time, right? Like there's this weird bias that people have where people are like, you know, if a guy murdered someone, that doesn't necessarily mean he should be put to death or get life in prison or whatever, because there could be things that that person does in prison that warrants like parole or getting to live life again. But then with rape, people are like, well, no, that's like unforgivable forever, which is like, rape's pretty bad. Pardon me for my hot take, but like I feel like we might be letting our emotions interfere with our ability to engage with reformist thinking a little bit. You know? See, now chat's going to argue about which is worse, rape or murder, which is exactly the kind of discourse which is going to immediately it's the kind of thing that's going to get people hopping on each other, and that's not what we need to be doing right now. We need to be coming together and condemning the act of driving a car into 11 people. Well, more than 11 people, killing 11 people. Far more than 11 people were hit. Bro, they're both bad. Why are we arguing? It's too bad. It's another two bad bitches situation. Very bad in this case. Well, because rape is the one crime there can't be any justification for. That's not true. There are lots of crimes you can't really justify. Also, what if an alien came down and put a gun to your head and said, rape that guy or I'll blow up the planet? Ah, moral realists. Anti-utilitarians when I hit them with the mind prison. Your ass is grass, buddy. You're not getting out of this one. Oh, in that case, I'd tell them to blow up the planet. Okay, but the laser they use to blow up the planet is a special psychic laser that makes everyone feel like they're being raped as the planet blows up. It's over. You fell for my trap. I knew that's what you would say. I already had a contingency prepared. Touche? That's right. Told you, I don't do debates anymore, but I've still got all the skills locked up in here, okay? Like a fucking retired kung fu master, okay? That's idealism? Fuck, you're right. I've been beaten. Mark Carney looks a little uncanny. You know? Well, we'll see if it ends up being a terrorist attack. We'll see if the motive ever comes out. I don't know. My bias is towards the assumption that usually there's going to be some kind of political motive. But I don't know that. What about that viral post on Twitter of a rape survivor? The semi-rapist killed herself, and you have two sides that are denied having. Oh, that's true. Every time a person on Twitter goes viral where they talk about how their rapist was a woman, you have like the perfect schism where half of the internet is like, well, women can't rape. It's not possible. Also, you're a man, so you deserved it anyway. And then the other half is like, can't wait for the toxic ass femcells to show up to start saying the stuff Camp A is saying. That's crazy. Women never take L's more than they do in those situations. You know, women are half the population. We shouldn't judge all of them by the actions of those femcells, but like, man, they're getting pretty loud. It's because of the gender gap for young men and women, you know? You're telling me women aren't a monolith? Well, not unless you're talking about whether or not they like sushi, I guess. I don't like sushi? That's crazy. It's so easy to forget they're half the population. That sounds like a shitpost, but if you spend too much time online in certain spaces, that is unironically true. That's part of the reason for like the enormous amount of mental illness on the like certain sectors of the online like male community, where they exist in spaces that are almost entirely male driven, right? And then they go outside into the forbidden lands, you know, like the street or maybe like a coffee shop or something, and there are women there and they're like fucking aliens to them. Aliens to them. The internet's like 90% men. That's not true, man. That's what I mean about the mental illness. The 4chan thing, like there are no girls on interwebs. Fuck, ratcheting me back 15 years. That shit was always like, this is like crazy to think about. But women are people, and they're basically just the same as us, except like they're kind of squishier and shorter and weaker. Um, and they were always online. A lot of them just pretended not to be because they would just get like sexually harassed, you know? I can remember when I was growing up, and I mean when I was like 10 or whatever. When I was like 10, you know, like a kid or online. But I remember so many times I would talk to people who were women online, like in WoW or chat rooms or whatever, just, you know, online. Because chat rooms used to be a thing. Nowadays, they aren't. Like, everyone just uses 3 websites and Discord, but it used to be like there were lots of websites. And I would talk to people and they'd be like, oh, I'm a woman or whatever. And I would always assume they were lying. And then as I got to be friendly with some of them, I'd be like, well, I know you're a guy. And they'd be like, well, no, I'm actually a woman. I'd be like, oh, okay. That happened like 8 times in my life, over and over. I just kept assuming they weren't actually women. They would be like guys being weird. But it turns out there are women like everywhere because they're like half the population. Federal NDP leader Jagmeet Singh received credible death threats from a foreign government, most likely India. Maybe I shouldn't have banned Vosh as a jihadi sympathizer. Get their take on this. It's pronounced Jugmeet? Okay, gotcha. Sorry. It's not going to matter soon because hopefully he gets ousted. Dude, I fucking hope so, man. Um, that would be nice. It seems like things are escalating. You know, China has backed Pakistan, which is interesting because Pakistan is a much less wealthy and functional state than India. But of course, India and China have had ongoing territorial disputes for a long time. Base, but not surprising. That I'm surprised by the how overtly China has committed to their support with Pakistan. You know, I expected them to be a little more hands off. Pakistan and China have been allies for decades. No, I understand there's like a shared wedge against India. I don't know. India are fascist, so base. Well, hey, don't do any research on what the Pakistani government looks like, okay? Which is weird because isn't the US really good allies with Pakistan? Man, it's complicated. We're allies with Pakistan because of the Cold War, because we backed like the right-wing military junta as a bulwark against the spread of communism, you know, in like a containment doctrine kind of way. Though nowadays, our support for them is mostly vestigial. Like, Pakistan is not a very functional government right now. They're very corrupt. They're very unpopular. There's a lot of political turmoil over there. They're not a very wealthy country, you know? Yeah. We're allies with them the same way we're allies with Egypt. I think that's a good way of thinking of it, you know? We have tentatively good relationships with India, we have a tentatively good relationship with India largely because of a wedge against China. And China is pro-Pakistani because of, you know, because they both have beef with India. Like Turkey. It's just, it's not a conflict where we're really friends with anyone, you know? Like, we like India against China. We like Pakistan against the Soviet Union, against, you know, the Afghanistan, you know, against that. There's just a lot of like wedge issues, you know. Countries don't have friends. Well, certainly not now. Not anymore. Well, I apologize for being partisan with this, but I personally hope that we don't have nuclear war between India and Pakistan. Pakistan's calling for a neutral investigation, which China has backed. They've backed their support to that. If India doesn't want to let it happen, because it would happen in Indian territory, it would happen in Kashmir, that would be... Man, that would not look good for India. It would look pretty sus. India test fires missiles as tensions rise with Pakistan. All right, well, India just does that for fun sometimes. Didn't India recently put out a notice to the media to not cover military movement? Yeah, they did. Refrain from airing live coverage of defense ops, movement of forces, IMB ministry tells media channels. That's a little bit spooky. I don't know how commonly that notice is issued in India. I don't know if it's more common over there. But over here in the States, and like in my understanding, a lot of countries, when you tell the media to not follow troop movements, that's usually like... Because if your goal is to intimidate Pakistan, you want the media to follow the troop movements because that's intimidating, because then you get lots of like video footage of the soldiers moving. If you want to invade Pakistan, you don't want the media to cover your troop movements. So yeah, that's my assumption. Again, I don't know. Where does Israel lie if the war happens? Well, Israel stands with India because India also lion. Prayer emoji. Smiley face. Do the accent, pussy? Fuck you. They both hate Muslims, essentially. The Information and Broadcasting Ministry has asked media channels to refrain from showing live coverage of defense operations and movement of security forces. An advisory issued by the Ministry on Saturday stated, in the interest of national security, all media platforms, news agencies, and social media users are advised to exercise utmost responsibility. Ooh. It is war language, yeah. I don't know, man. Media blackout can be just as intimidating. Yeah, that's true. Like the threat of a media blackout, or like the threat posed by one, is also pretty intimidating on its own. Just, yeah, I don't know, pretty spooky. A war between India and Pakistan would be pretty bad right now. Because America's not really in a position to do anything, to, like, mediate. Not that America's normally, you know, a super duper humanitarian-minded country, but we don't benefit from a war between Pakistan and India. We don't want that. We don't benefit from that. But Trump has no fucking idea. Remember the press conference with Trump? Where a news reporter brought it up and Trump was like, India and Pakistan, they've been fighting for thousands of years. Oh, that's a big one. They've been fighting. Kashmir, they've been fighting for thousands. It goes back a long time. Thousands of years. Like, he doesn't know what the hell's going on. What news site is this?
Big developments coming in from Pakistan, viewers. Pakistan's Air Force has carried out large-scale
Is this legitimate? WION?
deployments of fighter aircraft in the southern sector of the country. Now, according to sources, these aircraft include the Chinese J-10Cs, JF-17 Block 3 aircraft, and the American F-16C Block 52. The deployments come amid rising tensions between India and Pakistan in the aftermath of that deadly Pahalgam terror attack, which claimed 27 lives. Tourists were targeted in that attack, and Pakistan has also moved heavy loads of ammunition, including precision strike missiles, long-range anti-ship, as well as very long...
Pakistan's life, birth 1947, RIP 2025. If you break the first layer of shield, then the game is yours. Test, bots or Indians? I think these are Indians. Because bots would speak better English. Trump is older than Pakistan and Israel. Okay, listen. I don't like the comparisons between Pakistan and Israel because Israel literally was fucking made up, okay? Like, Israel was Palestine for hundreds and hundreds of years. There were Jewish residents there, but that was Palestine. Israel is a colonial construct. Pakistan isn't a colonial construct. Pakistan and India split. You know? So we're India and Pakistan? No. But like the ethnic divide, the tension that we see now between India and Pakistan, that does go back a very long time. You know, that is a very like old schism. It was the split was created by the British, but the pre-existing ethnic tensions were there. Whereas in the current dynamic with Israel, like in its occupation, was an outward manifest, right? It wasn't like the Jewish residents of Palestine became Israel, right? It was an outward force that created which is why, you know, like fucking Netanyahu's from Philadelphia or whatever, right? It's the difference between a colonial force creating the schism and the colonial force creating the country. You know? The British did this? Well, the British drew the line, but the tension between Muslims and Hindus, I mean, that does go back longer. The dynamic is different. The Brits made the tension, though? No, they never mind. I just realized I don't want to argue this. I was just trying to put... It's not the same situation, is what I'm talking about, okay? It's not the same situation. Vosh, you need to stop talking about India like you understand anything. Hold on, let me check the name. Lolly Dealer. Well, thanks for making it easy to discredit your point. No, that's a gift to me. I appreciate that one. Would anyone named like Cunny Hitler 1488 like to tell me that I don't know enough about the political dynamic between India and Pakistan? Just toss me easy ones, you know? It's crazy to see him sound off without any clue. Why do you always talk like that? What is it about the internet that makes people be like, well, I have a disagreement, filters through brain, this guy has no fucking clue what he's talking about. When all I'm saying is that the dynamic between Israel, or like Israel and Palestine, is different than the dynamic between Pakistan and India, which is absolutely true. Just search two-nation theory. I'm familiar with it. Are you arguing that the extremely ethnically diverse and often at odds with itself Indian subcontinent didn't have pre-existing ethnic tension that was like more or less geographically divided up until the British created it? Yeah, Pakistan isn't a settler colony. It's a country where the line was drawn by the British. That's different. That's a different thing. What you're assuming, for reasons that are beyond me, by the way, is that I'm suggesting that the British didn't do anything wrong, and I have no idea why you would. I have no idea. I have no idea why you would assume that.
Long-range air-to-air missiles with the help of C-130 military transport aircraft to its southern bases. Half of the J-10C fleet...
More apt comparison would be the Balkans, wouldn't it? I think that would be a more apt comparison. That's probably true, yeah. I think, yeah, comparing it to probably, yeah. A little better. Not perfect, but a little better. Language politics played a bigger role in subcontinental politics. Yeah, India is like the most diverse country in the world, right? By far. Doesn't India have like one language for every person or something? It's insane how diverse India is. Nigeria? Okay, well, it's not a competition, asshole.
With F-16s have been deployed to bases in Southern Command. Sources say Pakistan Air Force is undertaking these deployments with a focus on safeguarding the Karachi metropolitan areas and to maintain operational readiness. India remains undeterred with Rafale, Sukhoi 30 MKIs and state-of-the-art missile systems on alert. New Delhi has made it clear any misadventure will be met with overwhelming force.
Hold on. India seems to be building its case for striking Pakistan. As world powers face multiple crises, the one set off by a terror attack in Kashmir is getting scant attention or help in de-escalating between nuclear-armed neighbors. Man. Modi has spoken on the phone with more than a dozen world leaders. Diplomats from 100 missions in India's capital filed. That's really bad news, by the way, right? Like, why would Modi need to rush to talk to everybody if he wasn't planning something? Like, if it was considered a domestic incident, why would he be doing that? It's like he's trying to shore up support. Is Modi smart? Yeah, he's not Putin smart, but he's not like Trump dumb. He's somewhere in the middle. He's probably like normal strongman smart, where he has self-preservation instincts and can, you know, turn a movement a bit. But I don't think he's like Trump, where all the actual deal making is being done by his team, and Trump is just the idiot, mascot. Yeah, he's maybe a little more like Erdogan. So maybe more like middle of the... Does he actually have abs like his supporters claim? I don't want to get any more Indians mad at me, okay? So we'll say yes. He's got an 8-pack and a 56-inch chest. Yeah. But the effort's largely not about rallying help to de-escalate India's dangerous face-off with Pakistan. Instead, according to 4 diplomatic officials aware of the discussions, New Delhi appears to be building a case for military action against its neighbor and archenemy. Oh boy. Without naming Pakistan, Mr. Modi in a speech on Thursday promised severe punishment and the raising of terror safe havens. An indication for how volatile the situation remains, the security forces of the two sides have exchanged intermittent small arms fire across the border. 2 of the 3 past consecutive nights. Vosh, India and Pakistan are always fighting. Anyone who is informed knows this. Stop fear-mongering. For one, I've talked at length about how they've been fighting consistently for years now. So you assuming that I don't know that betrays your ignorance, not mine. For 2, just because they've been fighting... I'm sorry, do you think that consistent fighting between India and Pakistan should be like a matter of calm? Like, oh, don't worry, the 2 nuclear-armed countries, they just do that. What are you talking about? The situation's different this time, too. Modi's on his way out. He's losing popularity. This is the one thing strawmen do every time they need to shore up support. They cultivate war. It's pretty scary. Threatening, yeah, cutting off water rights to Pakistan, ending a like 65-year-old deal, securing water rights, assuming no help from allies. Who is the advantage in a military conflict? Oh, India. India is a far larger country, but they both have nukes. So in Kashmir, Indian forces have begun a sweeping clampdown, arresting hundreds as they continue their hunt for perpetrators. They declare their intention to disrupt the flow of water to Pakistan, whose irrigation system depends largely on upstream rivers. This right here is more destructive than firing a nuke. If they cut off the water supply to Pakistan, that would kill orders of magnitude more people than dropping a nuclear weapon in the middle of a densely populated area. It also ordered the immediate departure of some staff members of Pakistan's diplomatic mission, as well as of Pakistani citizens visiting India. Ooh. Anti-Muslim sentiment in India is also intensifying. Yes, because India is also lying. They don't have a dam to do that with. There are probably things they could do to disrupt the flow of water. I'm sure the threat is being taken seriously for a reason, though I'm not familiar with the, hydrology of India and the technology and infrastructure that they have. Trump administration officials have voiced strong backing of India's fight against terrorism. How fucking wild would it be if we backed India and China backed rhetoric, or not rhetoric, sorry, China backed Pakistan? Trump had nothing to say on the matter because he has no idea what's going on. China's already half backing Pakistan. Well, they're backing Pakistan here, but historically we would back Pakistan. Doesn't Russia usually back India? Yeah, but Russia's word doesn't mean anything right now. Russia can't meaningfully do anything. They're too tied down in Ukraine. No, China's always had a good relationship with Pakistan. I'm saying us backing India. Panic in the province of Kashmir after India releases Jhelum water. Heightened tensions. Unexpected spike in the river's water levels thrown Pakistan-occupied Kashmir into pandemonium after India, according to local officials, released water from the Uri Dam without notice on Saturday. They just flooded the Pakistani-controlled portion of Kashmir? That's cool. Hold on. Let me get an Al Jazeera video on this. See what the most recent word is. What's going on in the world? Israel strikes southern Beirut, of course. Gaza war dominates Qatar-Turkey talks in Doha. Trump and Zelensky. Sudan doctors accuses RSF of war crimes. Yeah, that all sounds about right. Surprisingly, no recent video on India and Pakistan. A lot of stuff on the Pope. Yeah, I don't see anything recent. Here's an article. Oh, I was looking for a video because I'm stupid and have a small attention span, but that works too. Also, this is from the 25th. Not exactly recent, considering the, you know, developing news. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I saw the live page. India and Pakistan have exchanged gunfire for a third successive night across the line of control. Authorities crack down in Kashmir. Politicians in Kashmir have criticized it. Claims that Kashmir and Kashmiris are facing collective punishment. Yeah. Can't we all just get along? No, pussy. Yeah, I don't know. My big fear here mostly is the fact that the United States is basically like a hostile force. The US would probably, if anything, back India. But like, we're probably going to stay out of it, you know? This is one of the rare instances where America's role as a world policeman can actually be beneficial, because when foreign conflicts happen where our only real interest is economic stability, it's a lot easier for us to go over and basically be like, can you guys cut it the fuck out, please? And America did have a stabilizing role in some of the previous conflicts between India and Pakistan. Not like we directly helped, really, but more like, come on, guys, this is really getting in the way of us, I don't know, doing business dealings or whatever. It's... Mediation? Yeah. Indian protesters holding up water bottles to mock Pakistani protesters in London. They are telling them Pakistan won't have any water soon. Okay. It's always in London. Zionist coda? Yeah, well, because India is also lying. Has there been any proof of Pakistani government involvement in the terrorist attack? No. But Pakistan is calling for a neutral probe. I don't think India is going to allow for it. If India doesn't allow a neutral probe, that means one of two things. Either it was a false flag, or, more likely of the two options, that India wants war with Pakistan and doesn't want any independent investigation to slow down the momentum, or disprove involvement from Pakistan. What would they gain from this war? Well, Modi is a strongman. He wants war because it could legitimize his rule. He could invoke emergency powers. What does India's also lion mean? It's a joke about how, like, Indians are always glazing Israeli actions against Palestinians on social media. Like, Israel or Zionists will post fascist shit, and Indians will be like, you know, we agree. We are also just like you. But Israel doesn't like India, or Israelis don't like Indians because they're racist as fuck. But they both dislike Muslims. Are Indians also Hitlerite? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, obviously not all Indians as a group or whatever, but, you know, in terms of a general national disposition, it's definitely leaned in that direction. I mean, you know, look at how the country's been ruled. He did the voice. I did it a little bit. Commit fully. Fuck you. India literally gave Pakistani ISI airbase access for a similar attack before you're being dense. Again, like, I have to wonder, like, what is it about the internet that compels you to type out your point? Like, what point are you making? I'm being dense because India gave Pakistani ISI airbase access for a similar attack before. What are you talking about? You fucking idiot, you moron. Don't you know that a thing that's maybe kind of related happened like a while ago? You fucking idiot. What do you... I don't understand, like, what motivates people to... Oh, wow, what a surprise. You don't chat here. And you've only jumped in this stream. Incredible. And you only ever talked 1 year ago before to talk about the BJP. Motherfucker. I don't mind the contention, and I certainly don't mind, you know, Indians or whatever in my chat. We're all the human race. I don't fucking care. It is just a little weird when people are mean to me for no reason, and then I look at their chat, and you know, they're like very partisan. They're very keyed in on one subject. You know, I talk about a lot of stuff. I acknowledge that I don't have a robust and comprehensive you know, understanding of every subject that I discuss. It's not really possible because I talk about world news, you know. I just don't understand the point of like being unnecessarily combative. Basically, what I'm saying is that being mean to me should be a crime punishable by capital punishment. Boss shitting on Indians again? I don't think I shit on Indians. I don't think that's true. The country is definitely in a dark place right now, though. Bosch is also lying. Listen, I am also lying. Pakistanis failing to leave India face 3 years in jail. Really? Pakistanis failing to leave India face 3 years in jail or Rs 3 lakh fine or both. This is not a primary English source, I assume. New Delhi, any Pakistani who fails to leave India as per the deadline set by the government will be arrested, prosecuted, and may face a jail term of up to 3 years or a fine of maximum Rs 3 lakh or both. I don't know what amount this is. Presumably some equivalent to 3 years in jail. Rs 3 lakh means 300,000 rupees. Okay. This seems like really serious. They're literally exiling all Pakistani nationals. Like, this is probably hundreds of thousands of people, I would assume. That seems like really, really bad. The deadline is April 29th? 2 days to leave the country? Okay. That seems like a lot. This is too much to not end in war? Yeah, but like... Yeah, it seems like it. I don't know. I think they just mean visa holders, not ethnic Pakistani. Well, I think they mean Pakistani citizens. $3,500. Well, that's probably a lot in India, right? Yeah, Pakistani nationals. How many Pakistani nationals are in India? While precise figures are difficult to obtain, estimates suggest there are approximately 1 million Pakistani nationals residing in India. No way. 1 million people? You have 2 days to leave the country? That can't be right. That's insane. No, they're already leaving. 537 Pakistanis leave India through Attari-Wagah border in 4 days as deadline ends for short-term visa holders. Okay, wait. So the article we just looked at, right, this one doesn't seem like it was translated into English very well. There's lots of grammar errors. So, okay, here we go. The 12 categories of visas whose holders have to leave India by Sunday are these short-term visas. Okay, so the 2-day deadline are short-term visa holders. But it sounds like there would be a later deadline for all nationals. They're being given a little bit more time. Is there a timeline for the removal? The deadline for exiting India for those holding SAARC visas was April 26th. Oh, that already passed. For those carrying medical visas, 29th. Man, they started kicking people out really quickly. What's the leave? Well, yeah, what's the deadline for just like general nationals? April 27th? April 27th deadline? No, that's an earlier deadline. What about the later ones? I don't know, man. That shit's fucking scary. Pakistani Minister Hanif Abbasi makes open threat. 130 nuclear missiles targeted India. Okay. In a dramatic escalation of tension, threatened India with nuclear retaliation, claiming that Pakistan's missile arsenal, along with 130 nuclear warheads, has been kept, quote, only for India. Abbasi openly declared that if India decides to halt Pakistan's water supply, it should prepare for full-scale war, stating Pakistan's nuclear weapons are not merely symbolic, but are positioned across the country and ready to be used. Intelligence bureaus handed over a list of around 5,000 Pakistani nationals living in national capital to Delhi police to ensure the return. Okay, man. Well, we'll see. I don't know. It seems pretty bad to me. It seems pretty bad, in my opinion. We might get to see a nuclear war from the sidelines. That's true. That would be like novel to an American, because for so long we assumed that if a nuclear war broke out, it would be us and the Soviets. You know? At least now it would happen somewhere else, which makes it totally fine. But it might spread beyond India and Pakistan. Are you suggesting some sort of war of the world? You don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. At this point, I'm doing the, like, international news equivalent to doom scrolling, but it is a pretty big deal. I am getting brain damage listening to Vosh and Indian issues. Why is everyone mean to me? I am from India. Yes, Kashmir is under military occupation, and no, there is not going to be a war. An escalation, yes, but not a full-scale war. Was it a false flag? No. Lack of research here. India is huge, and the BJP is 27% of support, so no, India is not fully Hitlerite, but a huge chunk is. Not that many. Very few Pakistanis live in India, mostly diplomats and artists. I'm getting brain damage listening to Vosh and Indian issues. It seems like you came here with the intention of being contentious and not the information, or not the interest of, like, spreading or receiving information. Lack of research here. When Vosh said Hitlerite tendency, what he failed to account for was the BJP having 27% support. Okay, go check polling on, like, Islamophobia across Hindu India, all right? Motherfucker, not that many Pakistanis live in India. I'm getting brain damage. You know what? Fix your own country. Trump won. America first. Fuck you. Piece of shit. Being mean to me. I hope you get nuclear warred. Nah, I don't. Yeah, we just need chatters being like, man, I'm getting so much more intelligent. My brain is getting healed from this content. We need to, like, balance out the people who come in here just to argue with me. We a MAGA channel now because one Indian guy was... Well, MAGA is pro-India because MAGA hates Muslims. And also because India also lion. Vosh, you literally called a military-controlled government is basically the same as a country that never skipped elections in the last scream. Max G Boost, you know how I know you're Indian? No. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What are you basically the same? Wait, what context? You get little, like, nuggets in your head and you stew over them. Like, what are you mad about? What are you talking about? Like, are you mad about my assertion that Pakistan and India are both not, like, politically in a great situation? I like, because I remember that claim being made. I think, haven't I literally chat, remind me, I have a bad memory. Have I not said multiple times that Pakistan's government is a lot more corrupt and less stable than India's? Haven't I said that? So what do you want me to do? You want me to say it 5 times as many times I've said? Do you want me to get down on my hands and knees? What do you want? Like, what do I have to, what can I do to coddle your Indian ego? Oh, well, when you talk about this conflict, you haven't showed an appropriate amount of deference to India and contempt towards Pakistan. Fuck you. I just don't want nuclear war. Well, too bad you're getting it anyway. Yeah, apparently. There's another one in YouTube chat. Vosh is so retarded when it comes to Asian politics. Dude doesn't even know how wrong he is, and he doesn't want to even accept that he doesn't know anything. I would assume this was a bot if they didn't make the account 10 years ago. What is it about people who disagree with being, like, totally, they never say what's wrong. They never say. Literally, 100% of the time, they never do. They're just mad. It's not like you've made any specific claims. Well, let's not be like dumb about it. It's Indians who are chauvinist about their country. Like when I say India has a Hitlerite disposition, there's a reason why none of you have ever met a Pakistani online who was being like weirdly nationalist and Hitlerite, because they're mostly just trying to keep their country from completely collapsing. There are so many Indians online who are so fucking annoying about sucking up to Zionists, sucking up to MAGA. Look, we all hate Muslims. You know, it literally, like, it's all over the place. Go online, when you find a white supremacist or a Zionist, 50% chance they are Indian or Filipino. Flip a coin. Or Hispanic, sure. Well, not if they're white supremacists, they might be Hispanic. If they're Zionist, there's a 50-50 chance of them being Indian or Filipino. But MAGA hates Indians, though? Yeah, so does Israel. It's honestly kind of pathetic. You'd think that Indians would be more willing to stand on their own 2 feet, considering they're like the biggest, most populous country in the world, but no, they keep sucking up to people who fucking hate them. It's cuck shit. China made a move. Yeah, why not, man? You saw that video of an Indian guy getting humiliated in Israel? No, I don't know what you're referring to. Though I can kind of imagine. Seize control of disputed reef and plants national flag near Philippine military base. Why not, dude? We've basically pulled out of the South China Sea in the Pacific. Yeah, most Hindutva men are insecure about their women getting fucked by Muslim men. Yeah, because fascism is the same in every country. In Korea, they're insecure about black men, who don't exist in Korea, by the way, fucking their women. In India, it's Muslim men fucking their women. And always the other group of people fucking their women, every single time, it's like they're portrayed as big and like muscular and animalistic. It's the same dynamic every single time. Every fucking country, man. The fascists are all obsessed with getting cucked. Big moves over here. Big moves. Glorious China claims another... China liberates another depraved capitalist pigsty from the ideology of their despotic rulers. Big moves from China. Today, this patch of sand. Tomorrow, the world. India is lion and China is tiger. So true. What is Canada? Moose? Goose? Oh. Russia is bear? Well, we all agree on that. Canada is beaver? I like beaver for Canada, personally. I also like beaver in general. What's the point of that? Of them claiming this land? The laws of international, the internationally accepted rules for the extension of a nation's coastline goes out from claimed land. By China claiming this land, they get, what is it, a 10-mile buffer around it, where they're like, well, now that we own this patch of land, all the water around it, 12 Mile. All the water around it is now our water. It's no longer international water. This is the main way that China has been claiming more and more land in the South China Sea. They've been building artificial islands and then claiming them as their territory, thus extending. They found a loophole, basically, in the international water. A nation's waters aren't defined concretely. They're defined by the expanding bubble out from their claimed land. It's like Zerg creep, you know? Trying to find an image of the extent to which they've expanded their territory. Is this a good one? Yeah, here we go. China's claimed territorial waters. Here, see? China basically wants to control all of this. Because why wouldn't it? You know? Why wouldn't it want that? Obviously. Yeah, the 10 dash line or the 9 dash line or whatever. The sum number of dash lines. Here you can see they've been ping-ponging, they've been bouncing around between these points. They're trying to it's stupid, but no one can stop it. Well, it's a very complicated situation. What China is doing is obviously expansionist and being done in bad faith. There's no denying that, right? The reason China is doing this is because China is really, really, really insecure about its national security if it were ever attacked. China is not as naturally defensible as the United States, you know? The United States is a natural fortress. It has an ocean on both sides. Our neighbor to the north, up until recently, was a close ally. Same with our neighbor to the south. We only meaningfully border 2 countries. We have a massive abundance of natural resources. We've got oil, we've got gas, we've got coal. If we came to war and we went at war with everyone else, we'd be maybe the best positioned in the world to hold ourselves together. We could hold down the fort. We're in a OP spawn point, basically. China has issues, right? They don't have much in the way of certain natural resources. They got lots of earth minerals. They're missing a lot of coal, right? They don't really have much coal, but their economy runs on coal. But they ship it in. They have to ship in lots and lots and lots and lots of coal. Also, basically like 90% of Chinese trade comes in through one strait. What's the name? I'm blanking on the river. You know, it's like all of their fucking port activity. No, they have a shit ton of coal, but they need more. It's oil they don't have. The Strait of Malacca? Yeah. Here, hold on. Strait of Malacca traffic. This isn't the one that I was thinking of, but it's also a good point. An ungodly amount of trade goes through here past Malaysia, through the Malacca Strait. Like they want basically a ton of their trade goes through a couple of very specific points, and they want like the most control over it possible. One of the global checkpoints, yeah, essentially. Map of maritime traffic. It's insane how many vessels go through this strait. So they want what we have through Panama. They're trying to shore up national weaknesses that they have to certain areas being disrupted. Basically, like the Strait of Malacca for them is like what the Suez Canal is for the world, but times 10. Likewise, they get a bunch of traffic in through like a few specific ports, through a few specific straits, like along mainland China, you know? Basically, they're just trying to secure their longevity in certain situations. They're concerned about their vulnerability to disruption in the high seas. Like compare that to America, for example. In America, we don't really have like a specific trade route that we have to rely on, right? Like, we have 2 gigantic coastlines, and if a ship wants to come over to us and one area gets blocked, they can go somewhere else. Obviously, it's ideal that the naval traffic follows specific pathways because it saves the most fuel. But like, if it was really necessary, there are a ton of places that ships could dock in America. We've got a ton of ports. We've got a ton of like river access, you know, not so much for China. But that's why they're doing this. And they've been doing it for a while. First island chain strategy is what you're talking about, Vosh. We basically can completely cut off China from naval trade by controlling key straits and passages from all the islands that surround them. Yeah. And that would cripple the country. Like, you can't really blockade America, but even if you could blockade America, we could find a way to survive. America produces a lot of food domestically, more than we need. We also have oil and we have coal locally. But if China was blockaded, that would be both much easier and it would essentially end the country. It would be like mass starvation almost immediately. It would be very, very bad. Could they build a canal somewhere? No, because the canal that they would need to build would be in a different country. There's nothing that they can do in China. Because they only have access to the Pacific, you know? Like, there's not really any other way. You know, like, what would the canal be? They'd have to cut it through, you know, like Bangladesh or something. Like, there's no, it's like, you know, cut through like 500 miles or whatever. They have to go through this coast. If they simply drilled through Myanmar, exactly. How can we fix this? Can we destroy the sandcastles? Well, it's complicated. The United Nations doesn't really recognize what China is doing. They don't really recognize the strategy that China is employing, but it still kind of works because the only real way that you could stop China would be by, you know, attacking them. Like, what are you going to do if China starts treating the territory as theirs? Can somebody pull up a live shipping map? You know, like the live plane map, except for boats. I wanna explore the map a little bit, and I don't know what site I would look at. Oh wait, I think I found it. Never mind. Okay, yeah, here we go. Marine traffic? Oh, I found a different one, but maybe the one that you found is better. Okay, the one you found looks to be better. I'm not really sure. This is the one that I found, which is kind of like cooler looking. It's a little more abstract though. Fuck yeah, boats. Oh wow, look at that perfect representation of the point that I was making about America being like naturally very defensible. Look at how easily ships can make it to our shores. Look, it's just all across the Pacific and Atlantic, just a cloud, you know? How do you block that? You just can't. It's not really possible. Whereas over here in China, well, most of it goes through here. The Strait of Malacca, which is, again, that's Indonesia and Malaysia, right? That's not China. Then you've got the South China Sea. You have a lot of it that runs past South Korea and Japan, both U.S. allies. So the only way you could really run a ship over to China without the Strait of Malacca and without running past American allies, which, by the way, like to understand China's predicament here, the U.S. Navy frequently has carrier groups chilling over here. You know, like our Navy is often in this area. This is, well, it's different now because Trump has alienated our allies, but historically we got a lot going on here. And the Philippines as well. Yeah, over here as well. So China doesn't really have, and Vietnam. Vietnam's also our goddamn ally. So think about it from China's perspective, man. Like, in order to get anything into China from the water, you have to run it past a cloud of American ally-controlled waters here in the South China Sea, up here near Japan, in the Sea of Japan. trying to remember if it was called the Sea of Japan or if I was just like transcribing the South China Sea onto it if it was called something else. Taiwan is also there. That's right. That's another big reason. Are any of those concerns reasonable, though? Yeah, I'd say so. I'm not defending China's expansionist behavior, but I think that it's reasonable for them to consider this a legitimate national security threat. Isn't this point kind of moot now that we've pissed off all these allies? Not moot, but I do think that America's recent behavior is giving China more of an inroad to make alliances here and ease the tension off a little bit. But who the hell is threatening China? America, like all the time. Again, China is the expansionist force here. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not like America's being aggressive in the South China Sea. Not really. But I don't blame China for considering it a national security threat. You know? Yeah, China does attack other ships in the South China Sea. Hmm. Sorry, it's just kind of a beautiful map, isn't it? Are we in the wrong? Well, we have very unnecessarily antagonized China for no reason. I'm not just talking about Trump, I mean America. Our relationship with China, our antagonistic relationship, you know, we basically manufactured it for nothing in the 2000s, right? When American companies started moving their manufacturing over and China had a big economic boom, both China and America benefited from it. But Western chauvinist politicians started to frame it as China stealing our jobs, as China being a growing threat. And as China's economy increased massively, we saw them as an antagonist. That was mostly on us. We wanted a foreign villain. This was not the case when I was growing up. Even when I was in elementary or middle school, the idea of China being like the global threat, that's new. That's not a long-term dynamic. We made that narrative up. It was because we wanted a foreign enemy. So, yeah. I don't know. That was pretty fucked up of us. Like, China was experiencing an economic boom, getting out of, like, keep in mind, they had a vicious famine back in the 70s. Like, there are a lot of Chinese people today who grew up like seeing people drop like flies around them from starvation. I mean, it was recent, you know? 50s? No, the 70s. Mao was the 50s. There was a famine in the 70s as well. And they've experienced this big economic boom. And we just treated them as villains for it. I mean, there are plenty of reasons to accuse the CCP of being villainous that aren't them having an economic boom. We could have been allies with them. It's totally unnecessary. No. Like them smugly talking about China flooding our markets with cheap trash goods. We've just been very antagonistic, you know? Post-Sino-Soviet split, they were U.S. allies. U.S. and China jointly backed Pol Pot against Vietnam and the USSR. Yeah. It's literally just a post, you know, outsourcing, death of American manufacturing. We need a foreign enemy. The Cold War is over. We need some kind of threat. We need a villain abroad. The Chinese famine ended in 61. 61? Okay, maybe I'm a decade off in that one. My apologies. Okay. Well, still, the point holds, but thank you for the correction. Yeah. Anyway, I guess the point that I'm making is that the CCP is not a good political organization, and China's expansionist behavior in the South China Sea is bad. It's not good. It's aggressive. It's destabilizing. It worsens tensions with the other countries in the region. But the degree to which China feels threatened by its neighbors has been heavily exacerbated by unnecessary Western antagonism towards China, which is kind of on us. It's a lot like how Russia is fucking evil, but the reason Russia is the way it is in large part because after the end of the Cold War, we were like, well, wouldn't it be funny if we dipped our balls on their face to punish them for daring to defy us and not let us invest in their businesses or whatever. We also did not want to share a space station with them. Yeah, it's fucked up. The Chinese built their own goddamn international, well, not international, I guess, but their own, like, permanent space station because we didn't want to fucking work with them because we were like, well, what if they steal our technology? Bro, it's the ISS. It's the ISS. This is meant to be engaged in the spirit of international, like, fucking... That was justified? No, it fucking wasn't, dude. What if they steal our proprietary fucking nuts and bolts? What if the panels get stolen? Come on, man. Yeah, we have Russians on the ISS. You seriously telling me we can't have Chinese nationals there? Come on. It's the ISS. It's a spirit of brotherhood, of union of man over the planet. You're going to give up on that just to posture against China? As if the technology in the ISS is like new enough that the Chinese need to steal it. Like, come on. They're building their own goddamn space station. What do you mean? It's the ISS. It's not new. It's going to be decommissioned soon. Well, yeah, what if they steal our fucking Cold War era technology? Jesus. Yeah, like the idea, like, because in China, the Chinese government doesn't go after street vendors for selling knockoff Spooderman toys means that, like, Chinese PhD mega scientist astronauts are going to go up there and start, like, fiddling with the wires in the ISS to steal the magical Western technology of, like, insulated wiring or something. We fucking, dude, we're so racist, man. It's so fucked up. China regularly steals industry secrets. Who fucking cares? Why would they respect international copyright law? We made them an enemy. That's so what? For one, everybody does. We have spies in our allied nations, and they have spies in us. For two, why do we only talk about it when China does it? You think that fucking French and Ukrainian and Turkish and Saudi secret services and intelligence apparatuses aren't doing everything they can to shore up their national security by stealing our technology? Of course they do. Who cares? Oh, they stole our IP. Our companies won't make as much money on their proprietary bullshit. Oh, sorry, Boeing. You're only making $14.7 billion in profit this quarter because China managed to narrowly eke out a competitive product because they stole your industry secret of fucking treating your company like your goddamn private equity motherfuckers and stripping it to the ground. I don't know, man. Corporate espionage happens everywhere. Why do we only talk about it when the Chinese do it? Because we're fucking racist to them, man. Literally, like, that's why. China is banned from collaborating with the International Space Station due to U.S. legislation, specifically the Wolf Amendment, which prohibits NASA from cooperating with China in space without specific authorization. What the fuck? China's not doing shit to us like this, by the way. In modes of international cooperation, China was willing to work in the ISS. They only made their own space station because we blocked them from the International Space Station. The US literally spies on others? Yeah, of course we do. The Wolf Amendment passed in 2011, named after then U.S. Representative Frank Wolf, that prohibits the... Yep, and he looks like this. That's how you know an amendment that prohibits international cooperation with a foreign country is good, when it's named after a guy who looks like this. That's how you know that shit's gonna be, like, not racist at all. Prohibits NASA from using government funds to engage in direct bilateral cooperation with the Chinese government and China affiliate organizations from its activities without explicit authorization from the FBI and U.S. Congress. And Congress. What do you think the odds are of Congress? Congress passing authorization to specifically permit engagement between NASA and China? Not even the FBI is enough. It has to be politicized through Congress. It can't even be done. It can't even be like examined through the international, or sorry, not international, the fucking security apparatuses or whatever. It can't even be investigated. It has to go through Congress. No chance. It's been inserted annually into appropriation bills since then. In 2013, officials at NASA Ames prohibited Chinese nationals from attending Kepler Science Conference 2. A number of American scientists boycotted the meeting, with senior academics either withdrawing individually or pulling out their entire research groups. Frank Wolf wrote a letter to NASA saying the restriction only applied to bilateral meetings and activities between NASA and the Chinese government. Oh, Frank Wolf himself was like, no, you can have that meeting. NASA later reversed that ban and admitted a mistake in barring individual Chinese nationals. Oh, in 2019, they did cooperate. NASA collaborated with China to monitor the moon landing and U-22 rover on the lunar far side using NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. They were able to get congressional approval for the specific interaction. Okay, it happened once. That's nice. I wouldn't have expected that. With the return of Chang'e 6 lunar mission on June 25, 2024, China acquired rocks and soil from the far side of the moon, a historic milestone with the potential to revolutionize understanding of the moon's evolution and its capacity to support human life. The Chinese National Space Administration announced it would share these lunar samples with scientists worldwide, following the precedent set by NASA after the Apollo missions. However, according to an article from Futurism, U.S. scientists will be largely barred from participating in the analysis of these samples because of the Wolf Amendment, unless NASA first receives certification from the FBI. Good luck with that, proving there are no national security threats to us joining the Chinese and analyzing the moon rocks they brought back and are offering to the world. Oh yeah, absolutely. Criticism. Din Cheng from the Heritage Foundation argued more interaction with the Chinese is possible in the area of sharing already collected data. Okay. The Chinese response to the exclusion policy involved its own space policy of opening up its space station to the outside world, welcoming scientists coming in from all countries. Thanks, China. China's not an ISS partner. I don't know. Sorry. We really are the bad guys. Like, China's bad too, but in these engagements, we're like objectively the bad guys. You know? In the specific realm that we're discussing right now, just so needlessly stupid. What do you think of the Space Force? International law mandates that the Earth orbit not be militarized, and I stand by that. I think the creation of Space Force is, one, stupid and larpy, but also has the potential to disrupt international peace because it signals our intention to expand our military efforts into space, which again is forbidden, but, you know, not like that would fucking stop us. USA Lion too. Trump has puzzled trade negotiators in Tokyo after complaining about a test where he claims a bowling ball is dropped in a car. Japan does not carry out such tests. Yeah, I can tell you why this happened. Elon Musk pulled up a video on his phone of an Asian person dropping a bowling ball on a Cybertruck versus a not Cybertruck and showed the Cybertruck took damage. And Elon said, "This is mean and I don't like it." So Trump said, Japan must immediately halt this unfair and discriminatory practice. There is not only is there a non-0% chance that's what happened, I would put it at around 90% that that's what happened. What other explanation do you have for Trump randomly talking about bowling balls being dropped on vehicles not being allowed anymore? He's so dumb, man. Yep. Yep. Right, I don't have a Financial Times subscription because I'm not the wealthiest man in the world. Elon Musk is running out of ways to save Tesla. Well, thankfully, Tesla's wealth is entirely backed by like shareholder speculation and not by the actual quality of the car. So maybe it doesn't really matter. I will say though, it is kind of cool that like initially the online hype about the Cybertruck from like the chud tech community was really positive, but now it's exclusively negative. I know part of it's my YouTube recommendation algorithm because the content that I watch, but overwhelmingly it seems like anytime I see any coverage of Cybertrucks online from people who are really into tech or trucks, they're like, wow, this fucking sucks. This is really bad, you know? It's just people dunking on them. The only people who I still see making pro Tesla content online from like a content creator perspective are people who do like wealth flexing. You know what I mean? Like they'll show up whoa, look at that, dude. It looks like a PS1 video game car. Whoa, with like the camera zooms and stuff. Like it's like soy slop for 14-year-olds. It's not actually an investigation of the vehicle. By the way, they made a Cybertruck, but one that doesn't look or drive like shit. I think that looks cool. I think you could argue that this is like an artistic execution of the design of the Cybertruck, but not looking bad. I think this looks cool, personally. This, to me, looks like a moderately futuristic SUV. I don't know what kind of car it is, though. BE6E, exterior right, front three... BE6E? Chinese car? Indian car? I don't know. Oh, speaking of new electric vehicles, isn't a Bezos is entering the market. It's a electric pickup truck that's starting at $25,000, which is insanely cheap. That's pretty good. I like how the pickup truck is a coupe, or well, it's a two-seater. You know, like it's an actual truck, not the god awful Ford F-150 style of like a mega hyper truck that's actually just like a luxury SUV interior, but then you have like a pickup bed on the back. A $20,000, 20,000? American-made electric pickup with no paint, no stereo, no touchscreen. Okay, can we agree on one thing? Touchscreens are garbage. Why would you ever not want proper haptic feedback of a dial or a button when you're driving? You're driving. You want to navigate a touchscreen where you just have a big flat panel that like maybe buzzes a little bit when you press the button or something? Fuck that. You want consistent button placement. True, it's only useful for integrated GPS. If that's the case, then that should be the only thing that it's for, not like everything else. Like if you want a little but like a little like screen that's kind of visible from when you're looking at the wheel or whatever, and that happens because you press a physical button to like set the GPS or whatever, I think that that could be fine. And maybe it should only work when the car is not in motion. Like the car has to be in park to be used. I think that'd be cool. Also, that could be the screen that shows the rear view camera when you're backing up. I think that'd be cool, personally. Vosh, this truck looks ass. Dog, it's $20,000. You know, you can't, that's like a bicycle. It's no frills. And like, who the fuck needs frills? I don't drive a frills car. My car's old as shit. Meet the Slate Truck, a sub-20K electric vehicle that enters production next year. It only seats 2, yet has a bed big enough to hold a sheet of plywood. It only does 150 miles on a charge, only comes in gray, and the only way to listen to music while driving is if you bring along your phone and a Bluetooth speaker. Based? Thank God. Stop treating cars like they need to be a fucking luxury dome. I just I don't buy that. Why can't people have a basic car? We literally don't make those anymore. I feel like it's not asking much for a car to have Bluetooth. Fuck you, fascist. You goddamn petite bourgeois piece of shit. You fucking French aristocracy. Oh, this horse and carriage doesn't have like lace frills dangling over the little doors that my servant opens, so I don't get to see them like sort of glisten in the sunlight before a parasol is deployed and I'm allowed to walk into the fucking Walmart that I'm buying my groceries at. Fuck you, American. Americans would kill themselves if they had to manually roll down windows. That's true. It's too much exercise for them. Instead of steel or aluminum, the Slate truck's body panels are molded of plastic. That's probably a good idea. Or as Slate calls them, injection molded polypropylene composite material. More durable and scratch resistant, if only because the lack of paint means they're one color all the way through. That's probably a good idea. I don't know why we do aluminum paneling. It dents so easily. Like, can you fix it yourself? I mean, if it's made out of plastic, like at least damage won't show as much, right? Because there's no paint, you know? It's literally just plastic. Dents absorb G-force during crashes? Yeah, but like it's the These are the panels. These aren't the actual, like, armor of the car. Yeah, the frame is still steel. I want to see crash test. Yeah, of course. I mean, I'm if it's done well. If it's not done well, then I wouldn't, you know, I wouldn't support it. Are you covering Canadian election polls? Yeah, but I'm covering this first because it's pretty cool. It would be a pretty big game changer. Like $20,000 entry level, no frills electric vehicles in America. That's pretty neat. No paint saves a lot on cost. Yeah. By eliminating paint and thus eliminating the paint shop, Slate's manufacturing process is massively simplified. No paint shop, no stamping. Slate's chief commercial officer, who formerly led Tesla's global business efforts. Yo! I didn't know they had a fucking shark in here. They got former Tesla people working on this? Okay. Yoink. Why a pickup truck, though? We're in America. Doesn't plastic degrade in sunlight? Depends on the plastic. Not all plastics do. Well, I mean, eventually, maybe, sure. But like 20 years? I don't know. It depends on the plastic. Isn't the paint also to make it water resistant? Yeah, to keep it from like rusting and stuff. But this is plastic. So plastic's already water resistant. Read my last message. Retype it, motherfucker. My time is worth more than yours. Plastic panels warp, sag, and discolor over time. Metal can always be remolded, whereas plastic can't. I think there's a fair argument to be made there, but I think it kind of depends, right? How often are damaged metal panels in a car actually remolded? Normally, like, getting a car fixed like that's really expensive, like thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. If you could reprint a plastic piece for a couple hundred, just a new panel altogether. I mean, it depends on the specifics, I guess. Slate has an SUV upgrade kit that'll bolt onto the back of the truck. Okay, so that's why there's an SUV variant back here. So that's literally just an add-on. Like you just snap on a plastic. That's cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I've been talking about this for a while. You want more like modularity, right? You don't want every car having every bolt and nut and screw being proprietary. You know? There's the potential here for something like really good. Maybe it won't be. I'm just saying, you know, I don't know. It seems to me like conceptually. Slate's head of engineering, Eric Kuiper, says they're targeting a 5-star safety rating from the federal government's new car assessment program. Well, hopefully they get it. It'd be nice. This seems like a step up. Who can afford a 20K pickup? This is literally the cheapest you're going to find a pickup. Or like anything. There's an integrated phone mount right on the dashboard. There you go, guys. It's not entirely bereft of luxuries. Sales and service. Right to repair your devices. As an EV, the maintenance schedule for the Slate truck should be minimal. Annual tire rotation. I gotta get my tires rotated. It's been a little while. If you're not going to break the vehicle and you're not going to injure yourself, meaning high voltage, you can do service and warranty service in the vehicle yourself and have the videos and helpline and the support that work. That's pretty cool. So they're just openly saying, like, we're designing this so that you can fiddle with it. Normally, car manufacturers don't do that because they're like, oh, you dinged a bollard? Well, you should send that in for $70,000 of work. So if they're saying, like, we're just going to put out, like, videos to tutorialize it. You know, one of the reasons why car guys used to be more common is that back in the 1970s and 80s, cars weren't as arcane and labyrinthine as they are now. A lot of the stuff that you could do to, like, fix up a car, like the nuts and bolts in the car were just standard machine screws or whatever. You know? Like, you could buy them at a store. Nowadays, everything's proprietary, it's all specific, and they do that because they want you to go to them for the repairs, because then they make a lot of money off of it. Cars were like desktop computers today, lol. Yeah, imagine if you couldn't assemble computers, you could only buy them and they were way more expensive. And if you ever wanted to make alterations to your PC tower, you had to go through the manufacturer because the bolts, screws, all the internal parts, all of them were proprietary. Not just the CPU, GPU or whatever, but all of the connecting bits, the wires that run from the power supply to everything else. You have to go, you literally can't buy them on the market. Like the thing that connects the motherboard to the, like all that, like it's, you literally have to go to them. So a Mac? Yeah, imagine a Macintosh computer. There. Sorry. I took my own advice. The support network will be called Slate University, and it'll teach you everything you need to know. Don't fancy yourself a shade tree mechanic, or maybe you don't have a tree to park under in the first place. Slate has a partnership with nationwide service centers. Any needed fixes, da-da-da. Pre-orders cost just $50 on Slate's site. Wow. That's confident. This is an ad? Yeah, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. I'm glazing it a little bit. Right now, based on the information that I have been provided, which admittedly is not a full picture of the dynamic, right? Like, it's possible there's a lot of bad stuff the article isn't covering, but based on the information provided, just based on concept, I am pro this. I'm here for it. I think this sounds cool. Yeah, this is not a sponsored stream. Okay, really sorry, but speaking of advertisements, just...
Probably pretty dismayed at the price of a new car these days, which pushes $50,000. And if you want a new electric car, well, I'm sorry to say, that's going to cost you even more. But a new, very different kind of EV startup is changing all that with an EV pickup truck that costs under $20,000 after federal incentives. And here it is. This is the Slate truck, and we're going to take a look at it today.
And look at how small it is. Look at how small it is. Look at this guy right here.
That go into that.
He's standing over it.
Says that they have stripped down manufacturing to its simplest form, and the truck...
Startup owned by Bezos? I don't believe it's owned by Bezos. I think that Bezos is one of the major shareholders, and my guess is the reason for that is because this startup looks like it might undercut Tesla. Bezos and Elon are kind of competing to be the most rich evil guy, and I think Bezos might see this as an opportunity to undercut the market.
Is really, really basic. You get one color, that's gray. You don't get an infotainment system, but as we'll talk about later, you get a lot of really interesting options to customize this truck. You get this blank slate, they call it.
Are we in Camp Bezos if we had to choose? Dog, don't. Again, two bad bitches, but in an evil competition, like, Elon is obviously worse than Bezos. Bezos is like an evil capitalist. Elon is like an insane, insecure, incel, neo-Nazi, hyper megalomaniac freak who is gutting the government because he wants to deliberately crash the economy in an effort to, like, it's yeah.
platform, and then you can add on hundreds of different accessories to basically make this truck your own. But this, as you see it here, is going to be the base model that arrives in your driveway if you don't add any of those options. You can add wheels and
Over under on Elon getting Trump to effectively kill this project because he doesn't want a competitor for Tesla.
covers and all sorts of stuff, and you can even turn this thing into a damn SUV. So believe it or not, this is actually the exact same vehicle that you saw before. They turned this thing into an SUV.
You know what? I have never bought a new car. I've only ever used cars. This one is tempting me a little bit. I'll stand by my word, man. If this comes out and it looks like it's doing its job well, I'll consider it. Yeah, I like stand by the principle, right?
Wrapped it, and that just shows kind of how customizable and DIY-able this
Just don't pre-order?
slate
I don't pre-order
truck
anything.
It is quite a bit smaller than a Ford Maverick, and it kind of reminds me of those older two-door trucks like the Ford Ranger
Back when we were a real country.
or Toyota Tacoma. The kind of whole concept here is to create a back-to-basics vehicle that regular people can actually afford. Slate is all about customization and DIYing your
You can
truck.
do this on their website, by the way. Somebody linked it, but like, if you go to slate.auto/en for English, there's a whole bunch of like customization options, which I don't know, stuff like that. When I imagine futuristic technology, this is what I think of. Not like beefed up fucking fake bullshit like the Cybertruck, poor quality technology with a spray paint, a thin veneer of like phony futurism over it. I imagine like, dog, what if we could 3D print cars? Well, obviously I'm not pro car in general, but like to the extent that cars already exist, you know, what if we could just like make an EV that was like cheaper than even the cheapest trucks available on the market? I don't know. I think that's cool. This is what I imagine when I think of the future, I guess. Modularity, simplicity, using modern tech to bring down the cost of production. Right? Beep, beep.
To be exactly what you want it to be. And it's a really interesting new approach, I think, to EVs. It's kind of crazy how many different combinations of add-ons and accessories you can add to this vehicle to make it look and feel however you want. One of the things you can do, you can
get
wrap
one
it.
with
They
a
say
dog?
It's super easy to wrap. It has these coach lines. The body panels are really easy. And they say that...
Yeah, I was thinking that too. In terms of getting this customized, like it's literally made of rectangles. Wrapping this thing, if you want to get a little more customization, oh man, oh, the fact that in the promo materials they're showing off the beautiful like sunset, like Eddie Bauer 1980s stripes. Oh, that's really beautiful.
However you want. One of the things you can do, you can wrap it. They say it's super easy to wrap. It has these coach lines. The body panels are really easy. And they say that professionals can wrap a truck in just 30 minutes. And just to linger on the color thing for 1 second, this is a really interesting way that they've cut costs out of the manufacturing process. The vehicle comes in gray, and that is dyed into the composite body panels. That means that they saved $350 million installing a paint shop in their factory, according to the CEO. This company has done a lot of really innovative...
That makes sense. Car painting, getting like getting the car properly like painted and shielded and stuff is like super complicated, right? It's not like painting a house where you put the primer and then the paint on. Like cars have like a fucking insanely technical, precise, like, because you want it to be super shiny. I don't think it has to be that complicated, but we expect it because we expect cars to be shiny all the time, basically.
things to bring the cost of manufacturing down and change.
So it's just the natural color of the material? Yes, exactly. So the idea is, at least when you have it in the default plastic color, if you bump into the car or the car gets scratched or damaged or whatever, you don't see metal underneath the paint because there is no paint. It's like how if you scratch up like a Lego piece, the whole thing is the same color the whole way through. So you don't really see it that well unless you're right up close, because there aren't like material differences between the surface and the interior, which, yeah, seems pretty cool.
Changing the color of this truck is really just the beginning of the customization options. You can choose from a bunch of different covers for the daytime running lights. You can swap out that slate badge in front and have it be whatever you want it to be. So here's how the customization program works. You order your accessories from Slate, and they'll arrange for a partner to install those accessories for you near your house and then ship the car to you, or you can actually do it yourself. And a lot of this stuff just uses—
You could do it yourself. They're advertising that? Like, oh, you want to turn your truck into an SUV, or you want to turn it into like an open door kind of Jeep utility vehicle? Yeah, man, it's like Lego or whatever. We'll just ship you the parts. Fuck yeah, man. I wonder what the average weight of the vehicle is. It's still an EV, so the battery probably weighs a lot. I just wonder.
Is regular hex keys, so it seems like pretty much anybody could figure out how to swap parts on their truck. So you're probably wondering, what's the range of this thing? You can get two different estimated ranges in this truck. The lower range one gets 150 miles projected, and the longer range one gets 240 miles. Remember how I talked about how they simplified the manufacturing process? So those are the only two variants that come out of the factory. It is one with a small battery, one with a big battery.
So you can just swap it out based on mood? Yeah, it does, like it seems like depending on how complicated it is, and I'm sure it would be tough because you're still assembling parts of a car, you could literally have like the material for it to be a truck or a SUV depending on what you need. Like you could have it as an SUV most of the time, and then you're like, well, I'm going to do a bunch of like I'm moving, right? Like I'm moving house. So I'm going to like spend 2 hours making it back into a flatbed truck. I don't know, man.
Everything else is added after the fact as accessories. So the Slate truck is single motor rear wheel drive. Someday we might see an all-wheel drive option, but they're not talking about that yet. Really interesting thing, this comes with a Tesla designed NACS port, and it's actually in the right place on the back left of the vehicle, so you don't have to act like a jerk when you go and charge at the Tesla supercharger. The max power is 120 kilowatts, and they say that this car can charge from 20 to 80% in under 30 minutes. None of it is super impressive specs-wise. We're not talking about top of the EV market.
Yeah.
But then again, you have to remember that this is more affordable than basically any other EV out there. The Slate truck will be built at a factory somewhere in the Midwest. They're not talking about that yet either. And production starts in late 2026. By the time things are up and running in 2027 or 2028, Slate expects to be making about 150,000 of these a year. It's kind of hard to talk about the Slate truck's design just because this thing can
The fact that they're taking pre-orders for only $50 seems to me like a pretty huge show of confidence, you know? If they were doing pre-orders that were the full expected cost of the truck, that would be one thing. But if they're doing pre-order buy-ins for $50, that's just a way of testing market interest. That's not a way of securing capital up front. They have the capital. I mean, Bezos controls a significant portion of the company, so.
Be so different depending on how you customize it. But I think in general, it looks really good. It has this really timeless, really simple design without being boring. And one thing that's really cool is that you can actually install the SUV kit yourself.
I love the fact that one of these panels is like the place where you would put a cool stripe. I guess you could put it down here, but like this is one of the viable stripe places. You know, I love that they have, oh yeah, this is the panel where you put the cool 80s stripe. It looks miserable. I disagree. To me, this is beautiful. This is functional modularity, you know? It is a perfect antidote to the horrific American car culture of everything needs to be bigger, more complicated, more expensive. And like, is it better? I mean, sometimes the specs are better, but oftentimes you're basically just finding excuses to reinvent the car over and over.
They send it to your house, and there are actually two different options that you can choose from. There is this boxy one that we're looking at here, and there's also a fastback, which honestly is probably the one that I would order. I think this is a really cool option because It's something that you can do after you bought the truck. Let's say you have a kid or you decide you need more space, you can order that SUV kit and install it yourself. And that's just the stuff that you can do to the outside of this truck. There's also a ton of customization options for the interior. Here we are in the inside of the Slate truck, and it's pretty basic in here, you know?
Okay. I gotta say, I like the interior. I don't know. I love how simple it is. I love that there's not a bunch of bullshit on the dashboard. I'm sorry, I have never driven like a fancy car, so maybe I'm just not used to, like, for me, I use like 3 buttons on my car, right? You've got whatever for the AC. Okay, I ran out of buttons. I use AC buttons. Does it have AC? It has AC. It has AC. Everything, all cars have to have AC. There's a window crank. There's a motherfucking window crank. Fuck yes. Yeah, no radio or speakers.
You have a good amount of hard plastic, but it has a nice texture to it. In front of me, I've got a digital gauge cluster that also functions as the backup camera. And I should note, this interior that you're seeing,
You can get speakers as a kit. Okay, it makes sense. That'd be one of the things that you can add.
here has a few upgrades over the blank slate. In the blank slate truck, you'll have gray panels up here, and this brown leather is also an accessory. But one thing that is on the blank slate that you also see in here are manual windows.
Power windows are also a kit. I wonder how much it costs. How much would I pay to add power windows to this vehicle if I wanted to buy this vehicle? Let me think. I think that I could see myself paying a couple hundred, but more than 500, I think I wouldn't. But that's also at my price point. Manual windows break less. Yeah, I've heard that.
Give that a little go. Yep, they work, that's for sure. Powered windows are an accessory that you can buy, and you can get door bins, you can get a center console, and you can also outfit this dashboard in a bunch of different ways. You don't actually get a stereo in this vehicle if you order the blank slate. The idea is you can use your phone, and maybe you could put a Bluetooth speaker in.
That's fine. If you want to pay extra for it, you can pay extra for it. It costs them money to build and install it. So if you don't want that, if you don't care about that, I don't care about that at all. When I play music, it's over my phone speakers or Bluetooth speakers. I have never used a car's Bluetooth. I've never had a car that had Bluetooth. So I've never done it. Yeah, you get it, right? The company's called Slate. Get it? It's a slate gray by default. Yeah, you get it.
Cup holder, and that's going to be your music. But you can also buy accessories from Slate. So in this one, we have actually a couple of speakers behind here that can connect to your phone via Bluetooth. There are some things that you do get in this vehicle as standard. That includes AC and heat. One interesting customization option for this interior is something that Slate is calling slatelets. And they're kind of like those little things that you can stick into your Crocs. They're basically these little tiles with cool designs on them that you can slot into this track. One thing that you might notice about this interior is there is no screen. Instead of an infotainment system, you get an app on your phone. You stick your phone into this phone holder, and it actually gets plugged into the vehicle. The app shows you how far you can get on a charge through this map, and also shows you where charging stations are. One neat thing that Slate does is they know that people probably aren't going to want to use an automotive grade mapping software or entertainment app, and so they let you use basically whatever your preferred app is. They don't force you to use something else. You can use Waze or Google Maps. Another interesting part of the app is that it actually allows you to diagnose problems in the vehicle yourself. This is a really unusual thing for any car, and especially for an EV, but the app will tell you what's wrong with your car and
It's almost too good to be true. It's almost too good to be true.
suggest ways to fix it, whether that's by yourself or by bringing it to a service partner. Some other options that I should mention,
like you all know the reason why your car just says check engine is because the car manufacturers want you to either go to them to fix it or to one of their like authorized licensed, like it's collusion in the industry. They don't want you fixing it. The car is perfectly capable of telling you what the issue is. In most cases, not in all cases, but in most cases.
about this interior, you can actually
You can just look up error codes. Yeah, but it's not always error codes, right? Like sometimes there are internal issues like basic diagnostic stuff or whatever. The car could tell you.
add steering wheel buttons over here that control your volume or control the track, and those will
Looking up the error code takes a code reader too. Okay, listen, I've never driven a car that had the error codes because they don't have screens, so I don't know what you're talking about. The cars that I've driven, when the car is mad at you, the genie light pops up on the dashboard, and then you try to ask for more wishes and your engine blows up. 90s cars have error codes? Well, I don't know anything about that, and frankly, you're making me feel attacked and threatened.
also connect to your phone via Bluetooth. On the left-hand side here, I can see that there are cruise control buttons, so you do actually get cruise control in this car, but it's just basic cruise control, no adaptive cruise control or lane centering. However, Slate does say that more advanced driver assistance tech is in the works. Another interesting thing about the Slate truck is that this thing actually can get software updates over the air, even though the truck itself is not connected to the internet. That's
Cool.
really unusual these days as cars get more and more connected. Instead, you can get software updates through your phone. So here I am in the backseat of the Slate truck. I will say I don't have the most amount of legroom. I'm 6'1" and it's a little bit cramped back here. I do have a good amount of headroom. It was not that easy to get back here because this is still a two-door vehicle, even when you convert it to the SUV. These windows also don't open. This is probably a good option for kids or maybe smaller adults. Overall, this interior is pretty darn basic, but it's really cool that you can upgrade it over time. So I've got to say, this is a really interesting concept, especially when you consider that most new EVs that we test at Inside EVs cost like $50 or $75 or $100,000.
I don't know. Sorry, yeah, this is not an ad. This is not sponsored. People were linking this to me the other day, and I didn't realize that I would end up liking it so much. You know, I didn't really... There's a plugin thing that can tell you what the error codes are, usually under or near the steering wheel. I don't know anything about that. I don't believe in that. That's woke bullshit. Utter woke nonsense. Google OBD port. Why would I do that? You can buy a reader on Amazon. You're not just... You know what? You need to read the room. Only about half of Republicans say Trump is focused on the right priorities, AP North poll finds. Really? I assume that half, the other half, the half of Republicans that think he's been focusing on the wrong things, i.e. all the stuff he said he was going to do on the campaign trail, they're those delusional cultists who are like, yeah, I disagree with everything Trump does and has done, but like I agree with him in spirit. You know? Like, yeah, Trump's, you know, deporting the wrong people and he's doing a lot of harm and the tariffs are hurting my business, but I wouldn't change my vote and also he'll like turn it around soon. My understanding of Trump, based on my experience of living under his presidency for 4 years and now having voted him in a second time, it was my third vote for him though, by the way, stop the steal. My experience with him is that he, you know, he's very not hard-headed and he will change his mind when he's presented with contrary information. Somebody will tell him, hey, stop doing the things you said you were going to do and start doing another undefined, vague set of things that your supporters think you're going to do, which are somehow both the same and not the same thing as the things you're currently doing. I bet he'll change his mind. He'll change his mind. Of all US adults, only 25% say he has the right priorities. Wow, that's actually pretty bad. I like to be really cynical about the stupid, ugly, disgusting people in this country. The fact that only 24% say that he's focusing on the right things, only 54% of Republicans. Damn. Keep in mind that Trump is doing exactly what he said he was going to do. He's been more honest this time than during his first term. In his first administration, he didn't do a lot of what he said. He said he'd build the wall, make Mexico pay for it. That was like his #1 campaign promise. He didn't do it. This time, he's been doing everything he said. Tariffs everywhere? Fuck yeah. Deport everyone? Fuck yeah. Violate the Constitution? Remove rule of law? Yeah. Hell yeah, man. He's doing all of it. We're getting exactly what we voted for. True, he didn't lock Hillary up after he won the first time, too. In case you needed another reason to hate him, am I right? I think most people literally don't know what's going on. My dad literally said Trump wouldn't defy the Supreme Court over getting Garcia home. Yep, I mean, it's the final stage of, like, being in a cult, right? Like, when objective reality stares you down the barrel, you're just like, well, no. Like, if you can't defend, then simply invent a reality where you don't have to defend. I have to say, the fact that only 9% of independents say that he's focusing on the right thing, that's pretty significant. This is actually a pretty damning poll. 24% of US adults, 9% of independents, only 54% of Republicans. And yeah, a lot of people are saying it's about an even mix of right and wrong priorities. But considering the fact that Trump's support is defined mostly by, like, idolatry, right? Like, people who support Trump don't just, like, you know, critically support him. They're fucking fanatics for him. That's pretty bad. A lot don't know, though. Yeah, I mean, Americans are stupid. Like, they're idiots, they're dumb, they have small brains. We know this. But keep in mind, this is still the honeymoon period. I know it feels like we've been here in the torment nexus for years. It's been 3 months. It's been 100 days. And this is the most unpopular presidency at this point ever, beating even his first administration. I mean, I don't know. I stand by what I said early on, which is that the wave of harm is going to be most pronounced in the beginning. And that's because even if you're an authoritarian, which Trump is and his administration is, you always have to work with the public mandate. Because the more people don't approve of you, don't support you, the more traitors you get, the more people in your administration who start publicly backtalking you, the more people start to run against you, the more people protest against you, the more breakdowns there are in your administration as people at every level of governance start to individually go, wait, hold on, I don't agree with this. You need a constant state of hysteria. And the reason why they're acting fast now is because, you know, they know popularity is going to go down. And boy, is it going down. Why Americans so dumb? America has the most money circling around it of any country on earth, which means the bourgeoisie have the most control here, which means that they have an ungodly presence in media. America's wealth doesn't mean that every American is getting, you know, fancy cars and fancy houses. A lot of them are. What it largely means is that an unprecedented number of billions are being funneled into media to make, you know, to manufacture consent. It looks like dissent is already coming about. Besant does not back up Trump on China tariff discussions. Besant has very obviously not been, like, down with what the Trump administration's been doing for a while. You know, like his job has essentially been to go on news, to talk to Fox News or whatever, and defend indefensible policies. You know, Besant's not an idiot, right? And he's also not as shameless of a liar as a lot of the other people working with Trump. So he goes on to Fox Business or whatever and grinning through his teeth, he's like, yeah, no. These tariffs will bring back American manufacturing. Yeah, for sure. And then he goes back to the, to the Oval Office and he's like, Trump, please stop. Scott Bessent on Sunday did not back Trump's assertion that tariff talks with China were underway and said he did not know if the U.S. president had talked to Xi Jinping. Interesting. Democrats seem even unhappier with the reality of the second Trump term than they were before he was sworn in on January 20th. That makes sense. Rasan Henderson, a Democrat from California, said, quote, "It has been one of the longest 100 days I've ever had to sit through." Yeah. "46% of Americans approve of his handling of immigration. God, we're a sickening country." I don't know. I don't know. It seems like the honeymoon period never really happened, but to whatever extent it did happen, it seems like it might be over. You notice that you've been hearing a lot less like ooh-rah hysteria from the right lately? Over the past, for the first 2 months, it was nonstop. Every day you wake up, you open your eyes, you breathe, they're screaming. We're doing this, we've done that, bigly. It seems like over the past month or so, and I'm not saying it doesn't still happen, but it has tapered down somewhat. Yeah, I'm hearing a lot less about the mandates, a lot less about the public mandate. We'll see. Keep in mind that the dwindling popularity of an authoritarian isn't necessarily a good thing. Look at what's happening in India, right? Modi is an authoritarian with dwindling popularity. What is he doing now? Trying to start a war with Pakistan, you know? War with Iran? Yeah, don't jinx it. Didn't Netanyahu literally, like, in the past 24 hours say that he was committed to striking nuclear facilities in Iran? That might be our pit. Yeah, we'll see. From what I'm hearing at my job, a lot of the West Coast ports are ghost towns right now. Store shelves are going to be completely empty within a month if things don't change fast. Can you guys bring up the boat tracker again? The big map that shows all the shipping boats, please? Thank you very much. If you think Trump's unpopular now, just you wait. And it started? Why do I have this person blocked? Look at the sheer number of ships that are bound for California that are stuck in ports in China. These are goods that would normally get to the US within 14 to 21 days. The shortages are inevitable at this point. Wow, no kidding. Just like eyeballing that.
New today, consumer sentiment plummeting to one of the lowest levels on record amid a fierce trade war. Retailers are warning of empty shelves reminiscent of the pandemic, with the 145% tariff on nearly all Chinese imports in place. Yesterday, President Trump said he's ready to make a deal with President Xi.
Entirely one-sided communication, by the way. Trump raises tariffs on China 18 times. We're ready for a deal. Get ready for a deal. He wants a deal. He just doesn't know how to say it. Xi Jinping, he simply waits. In his mind, not every situation needs a reaction. Learn to sit back and observe. He's playing the long game.
Have you spoken?
Oh, sorry. Wait, hold on. I also wanted to show this image. Not a single international cargo ship at the port of Seattle. The port is dead. The last ship from China will dock at a West Coast port on the 29th, and the last Chinese ship will dock on the East Coast around May 10th. After that, there will be no more shipments arrive from China. We're screwed. Goodbye, the anthology. I really, really enjoyed your clothing while I had it. By the way, I can personally attest to this. On the big walk that I did around Seattle the other day, yesterday, a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Normally, when walking from a vantage point where I can see the bay, you know, I can see a good number of ships making the runabout Harbor Island. It did feel a bit quieter yesterday. Not that I can really judge that from where I was looking, but it did feel that way. No, really, can you take a pic of the bay and the docks? I can take a pic of my gay in the docks. Wait.
To him since the tariffs. When did you last?
I don't want to comment on that, but I've spoken to him many times.
When did that happen, and what did you discuss?
I'll let you know at the appropriate time. Let's see if we can make a deal.
Meantime, major ports like the Port of Los Angeles are seeing a steep drop in imports from China. And joining me now, we have Lori-Ann LaRocco, global supply chain reporter for CNBC Business News. That Lori is also the author of the book Trade War, Containers Don't Lie, Navigating the Bluster. Lori, big
I'm going to try to use this marine tracker thing. I want to see if I can filter it so that the only type of ship that we're seeing are cargo ships. And then I'm going to try to see outbound from China.
Welcome to you. So when it comes to the prospect of empty store shelves, which products could be hit hardest, and should consumers be worried? I mean, are you seeing a rush to buy certain things right now?
We really shouldn't see a rush because we actually have the items in. It's going to hit us in waves, Alex. And this is what we're going to kind of see with the timeline. Starting in June, this is where you're going to start seeing, those items that we love to get really cheap online. Those are the items that are going to get hit first. And those are like the fast fashion.
I don't know how to do it.
Products we might get on Amazon. And the reason why is that smaller businesses, they can't afford to have front loaded, right, all of these items in to beef up their inventory. Then starting in July, this is critical because this is the back to school time, right, where parents are going into the stores to get their kids their school clothes. So you're looking at backpacks, you're looking at notebooks, you're going to be looking at all of these items that some have been brought in.
Is this good for the climate, though?
There has been a major pause when you're looking at the amount of items that have been brought in, and people are just really uncertain, if you will. Is there going to consumer going to buy? We have seen the pullback on a multitude of different economic indicators in terms of that hesitancy. And without really any definitive acknowledgement of what's going on, we're going to see this pullback. And then in addition to the fast fashion and the school clothes, also electronics, because the connectivity, right, of the inventory of the supply chain.
Yeah. I'm going to get to that in 1 second, but let me ask, because you're saying basically we have until June, that the supply is there as of now. Does that apply to the car industry? Because we reported people are rushing out to buy cars or renew leases.
Yeah, there are some filters that you have to buy a marine tracker subscription for or something. This is this just shows all cargo ships, you know? So you can see, but whether or not it's going to America or from China, I can't filter for that, at least unless there's a filter that I'm not aware of. Why do they go up? Because the Earth isn't flat, it's round. This is a straight line right here. Lol? No, I think that's a fair question. It's not intuitive.
Or whatever they need to do.
Yeah, it really depends on the item. I mean, when it comes to the autos, Alex, it's those tariffs that have already been slapped. And so people are trying to get in there, right? Let's get that car that's out in the lot now before another one has to come in that will be more expensive. So that's why you're seeing that rush for the bigger ticket items.
Okay, so it's about the bottom dollar there. So we learned yesterday that China exempted some U.S.-made microchips from tariffs. Does this indicate that China is backing down on some level?
I really don't think so, Alex. I mean, it shows that there's a willingness, right, of the cooperation. But as we have seen with the prior trade war,
I don't know if I'd necessarily call that cooperation. Are U.S. ports empty?
On this episode of What's Going On with Shipping, are U.S. ports empty? I'm your host. We'll not see all the vessels yet out of East Asia because they're making shuttle runs. It is not until they leave their final port and declare L.A. as their destination do they show up here. They take that big arching Great Circle route across the Pacific here and are heading into LA. So I did a video not too long ago where I talked about our ships turning around. They're not turning around. What we're seeing is what's called blank sailings, where the vessels, the scheduled sailings are being canceled. As I mentioned before, about 10%. Port of LA shows you their services that come across by alliances, so you can track this. So for example, the Ocean Alliance, which is CM, they have excellent information. Like I said, you can get one had to do with the shifting of cargo over to the West Coast because of the port strike in the East.
It's interesting. Maybe a little bit too technical for a broader segment about how Trump's honeymoon is over and he's lost the public mandate. But, you know. Sake, how many times have you linked that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... You're getting a yellow name deflection, but consider this inspiration, okay? You re-rolled on this one. Motherfucker. Also, the link you're sending to me doesn't work, but it's fine because I already have the link open. Now look at the port of Vancouver. Zoom out. Zoom out. I'm sorry, this is a little bit too technical. I can't really parse the value of this information very well. Just looking at it. It seems like it's quieter than it should be. Hold on, we have to end stream soon, but we haven't covered a topic that's very important. The Canadian elections tomorrow. Here we see. We haven't really had the opportunity to see much of an international response to the Trump administration, to the victory of Trump and everything that that implies, because the only major election that happened after was Germany. But Germany happened right after. You might be able to argue that Die Linke's overperformance in the election was at least partially attributed to people being more energized by the fear of what the AfD represents and what America represents now. It's possible, but I think for the most part, Germany's election went through kind of unaffected, much to Musk's dismay, unaffected by the American election. Canada, on the other hand, Canadian federal election polling. I mean, we've all seen the chart, you know, many times, over and over and over again, but good Lord, the lines have really closed. The Liberals are now favored to win. Look at that. the range of estimated seats won by the Conservatives, even within, I'm guessing this is within like a 5% margin of error, doesn't even come to the majority point now. So the Liberals are, at least based on the polling data, basically guaranteed to get a coalition majority, if not just a flat majority themselves, you know? "69% probability of Liberals winning majority." Nice. 19% of them winning the most seats but not a majority. 10% probability of the Conservatives winning the most seats but not a majority. 1% probability of Conservatives winning a majority. Look at that, man. Absolutely historic. And it's crazy. The only two things that caused this insane rebound were Trump winning and Justin Trudeau stepping down. It's narrowed a bit, though. Yeah, but that's to be expected. Whenever you see a massive surge like this, you can expect a little bit of rebound. A little bit of rebound. Did you cover the Canadian Conservative Party's Out of Touch ad? Was this the one where they're playing golf with, like, white dinner gloves? Yep.
How's your son, David?
Well, it's been a tough few years for him. He just can't seem to get ahead.
Yeah, we had to pay for Sarah's down payment last year. Things are tough for her, too.
You know what Mark Carney says.
Come on, do you really think that a fourth Liberal term is going to change anything?
You know, I've been thinking the same thing.
Are we really going to give these clowns a fourth term? I'm voting Conservative. There you go.
Yeah, for a change.
Incredible. Vote for change. Here's two 65-year-old white men playing golf with golfing gloves on. This feels so 2005. Yeah, the Canadian Conservative Party had basically been running on a MAGA light strategy. Like, Pierre Poilievre was basically doing, like, you know, MAGA but up north. Fake populist, aggressively racist, that sort of thing. Though they never committed to it as much as, you know, MAGA did. And now that Trump has won, and Trump is threatening to invade Canada, it's really difficult to brand yourself in a Canadian election as the guy who's associated with MAGA. You know? They've run a terrible campaign and circumstances have not been kind to them. Also, Trudeau was unpopular. Him stepping down gives Mark Carney a bit more leeway. But yeah, just playing golf. He's not charismatic enough to be a populist. That's true. Pierre isn't. You can see him speak. Boring. He just sounds like any just dusty old politician. He's not at all like Trump. It's a historic turnaround. Now, I'm going to be eating my words if the Conservatives end up winning. I really would not expect that to happen. It would be unfortunate if it did, because it's not impossible. There's no way? Oh, there is a way. It's just not likely. Oh, this is an interview format. It would signal a stupidity apotheosis. At least it would mean that I could go back to making fun of Canadians rather than begging for them to fire the missiles at us. It would be nice to go back to that dynamic. I miss the old days. It's not a Kamala situation. The systems are much different. Yeah, well, Canadian democracy is not as captured by billionaires as American democracy. It still is, but not as much. It's hard to compete with us on that front. Also, because social media is global, especially because Canada and America share a language, so Canada gets a lot of American culture, it's difficult for the same American chauvinist conservatism that propagates on social media because of billionaire spending to translate over into Canada, especially when Trump is making threats against Canada. You know? It also helps that Kamala Harris is an empty suit, right? Mark Carney, gotcha. Mark Carney is, well, he is a neoliberal, but he's not an empty suit. He does seem to have beliefs and ideas. Hey, Pigeon. How you doing? I'll go give her some water. 1 second. Carney's charismatic as fuck, too. Let's not embarrass ourselves with overstatement. He's refreshingly non-charismatic. Well, he comes across as competent. Yay, he's wearing shorts today. I almost always wear shorts. I've really been taking to, and this isn't a combination that I used to believe in, I'm really taking to shorts with a sweatshirt or long sleeve shirt with the sleeves rolled up. You know? I think the proportions on it are just really nice. It's like a nice, like 70-degree sunny outside kind of fit. You know? Long socks if you went outside. Yeah, long socks and like casual sneakers, like white canvas sneakers. I love, that's a good combo to me. Gurkha shorts? No, fatigue shorts. Recently, Imogene and Willie came out with some camo lounge shorts that show off. I just think they're... We're not done with the Canada thing. I'm just showing this really quickly. Tell me this doesn't look good. Tell me this doesn't look good. Okay? Look at this. A dusty yellow sweatshirt with these beautiful camo drawstring fatigue shorts. Does this not look? Look at that. That's a good put together. Hate the pockets though. It's fatigue pockets. Same as what I'm wearing right now. This does not look good for me anyway. All right, you have terrible taste. Fuck you. I don't like it. I'm getting Rhodesia vibes from it. Rhodesia did not invent military shorts. Don't give them that. Rhodesia didn't invent anything. It was a carnival for white supremacists, okay? Don't let them take the shorts. I'm quite fond. They're very short too, 4.5-inch inseam. Look at that. That's where your balls should be. Right there. Editors, keep this in the segment. Mark Carney's speech is 45 minutes. 45-inch what now? Inseam. It's the point from the beginning of the leg of the short, like where essentially where the crotch seam is, down to the end of the short leg, measured from the inner seam, the inseam, the inside seam. It's essentially like how long your leg is, or how far down you want the shorts to come. Most shorts these days are 7 or 9-inch inseams because we've fallen as a society. Shorts should be 6, 5, 4, 3 inches, in my opinion.
En grand. Nous avons election. We're here at AMCO, a remarkable company, remarkable success story, founded just a couple years after I was born, and in 1967. I almost said 8.
New Ace Rolla video. Holy shit. I might end stream right now just to look at that. No, I won't. I'm distracted enough. I would like... I know Mark Carney recently gave a speech that was not quite this long. He does like to drone on, though, doesn't he? He is fond of that. I wouldn't mind listening to him for a few minutes, though, considering he's likely to be the next Prime Minister.
1967. I was not that old. But a company, a dynamic company, a lot into auto parts, a lot graphics. You'll see the graphics across Canada for financial services companies and others. But also,
he's already PM. Yeah, well, he might be the next one too.
Tackling new sectors like med tech, like clean energy, clean tech, industrial equipment, and really, you know, still a young company, an ambitious company with plans to compete in new markets. And that's the confident and Canadian way to deal with the crisis that we're in.
Okay, the audio here is terrible. Now I don't want to listen to him. I take it back. This looks better.
Thank you so much for doing this.
It's my pleasure, Rich.
And welcome back to British Columbia.
It's great. Always great to be here.
Yeah, so you're in a province here that has been the heart of the affordability crisis. Housing is more expensive.
Just the fact that he's open to building smaller houses is a great start, I know. Yeah, Canada's housing crisis is the worst in the world, at least of like real countries. I don't know if maybe it's worse in like Malta or the Maldives or whatever, but like in like large countries that we would consider big countries, like Canada's is really bad.
With
America, statistically speaking, every time you leave your house, you are shot at. So in that environment, I don't want insane psycho right-wing preppers to be the only one with guns, or the only ones with guns. In other less insane countries, I'm not like a universal Second Amendment type of guy at all. If you want to get guns out of Canada or like keep the streets clean in Canada, UK, France, whatever, sure. Yeah, whatever. I'm sorry. Is gun ownership actually doing much to stop the reign of a tyrannical government right now? No. Not really about that. Over. He's waffled. He's waffling.
Seeing how the actual housing is off the cost of a new home. First,
it's worth noting, by the way, that like it to me at least. Keep in mind that he is working his way back up from an insane dearth of public support for the Canadian Liberals, thanks to Trudeau. Like, he is clawing the party up out of a pit. And keep in mind that Pierre has basically no campaign message. The Canadian Conservative Party's message is like, aren't you tired of woke or something? Time for a change from woke. Yeah, that's right. Like they don't even have like a narrative, really. Not a real one, I don't think. Not a substantial one. It's just a very... It's interesting. How do you think he's handling these questions as opposed to the kind of answers Buttigieg would have given? Look, they're both neoliberals, okay? I don't think that Mark Carney is going to fix capitalism. I don't think he's going to save us. What I think he's going to do is be an effective wedge or a bulwark against America, which is what I want. I don't expect him to be a fundamental solution. What I want is for him to be like a stopgap against us, you know? Fuck, I gotta pee. One sec. That was a good one. Got to keep you guys updated. You know, sometimes they're not very satisfying. Sometimes, though. Sometimes P-work does make the dream work.
So
do you think he'll be in pushing back against Trump? Well, he has a history of showing backbone in how he responded to the lead up to the subprime mortgage crisis back in 2008. And he seems intelligent and principled, even if those principles aren't necessarily the same as mine. So I think that to that extent, he doesn't seem like as much of a sniveling. Like look at the difference between how he's talked about Trump versus how Keir Starmer has talked about Trump. He already admitted in this interview that he got Trump to shut up by threatening to crash U.S. bonds. That's funny. Wait, really?
When Canadians want to get to know each other, they'll often come to Tim Hortons and have a coffee. There's one Canadian I haven't met yet that I've been looking forward to, Prime Minister Mark Carney. Prime Minister, thanks for doing this.
It's great to do it.
Tim Hortons' order says a lot about a person. It says a lot about their personality. You're a banker, so I'm going to guess more reserved. I'm going to guess small, black, nothing in it, an old-fashioned plain donut.
Nailed it.
All right.
Doesn't Tim Hortons fucking suck? Also, is this content ID? This looks more like a TV show than a YouTube production.
2 of those, please. Ordinary Canadian just buying a Timmy's with his signature on the money. That's for you. Keep the change. So you've had a pretty average Canadian life. Harvard
It's produced by the DCC. Okay, then it should be public domain, right?
goalie, central banker, and then prime minister. Standard stuff.
Standard stuff. Well, you know, I've had, there's no typical Canadian life. I born in the Northwest Territories, grew up in Edmonton, and then some of those other things happened.
You end up in a lot of crises. When you were a governor of the Bank of Canada, we had the big recession. When you were governor of Bank of England, they had Brexit. You're the prime minister, we have a trade war. Is it you?
It's the other way around. I come in to fix these things. Yeah, that's...
it's not just luck.
It's not just, no, it's not just luck.
Now, of course, you're famously a central banker. How do bankers budget? Do you want to balance the budget, and or you know, do you want to maybe save some money by incorporating Canada in the Cayman Islands? How do you plan to do it?
So this is not a time to waste any money, but at the same time, you want to get the country moving. You know, we got to build millions of homes. We got to build out clean energy. We got to build.
Someone earlier said it is copyright. If it's public, then it shouldn't be. I am curious.
Perhaps some pipelines. We've got to build out new trade corridors to Europe and to Asia. You spend a bit of money, you provide a lot of clarity, and then what happens is the private sector comes in real scale. We can give ourselves, Mark, way more than Trump can ever take away.
Is it time for us to say enough with this sharing everything with the states? I mean, you dealt with Brexit. Is it time for a Canuck it? Should we just say Canuck it?
Well,
knock off. We're doing our own thing.
In some respects, you know, Trump, you got to take him seriously, like take him literally and seriously. And so when he says the thing about our sovereignty,
gonna make you the 51st state, quite frankly, you're the governor.
Very
he
good.
doesn't call me that.
What
He
the
doesn't
hell did
call
you
me
say
that.
to him? Because before all this, he was saying it's the 51st state, quite frankly, they're very weak. You're gonna call him the prime minister.
Should I take it as a sign of positive polarization that the CBC is doing interviews like this where they're just like mocking Trump directly? I guess they've probably done that before. I don't know. It seems kind of nice that that's the tone of the engagement, you know? Like, it's not even taken... there's none of the, like, faux centrism or whatever. Like, when you're looking at PBS, like, you know, Trump could personally molest and then shoot a Palestinian kid, and PBS would probably write about it like, you know, controversies flared as, you know, divisive new Trump act startles nation. You know, just some shit like that.
As the governor, and then you had a phone call with him, and he's like, the prime minister's not that bad, he's very smart, I'm looking for... What did you... Do you have, like, new Polaroids of him? I don't want to see him, but do you have them? What the hell did you say to him?
Well, one of the things, look, he respects strength, and...
yeah, but what'd you say?
Well, first
now, some people said that we have American bonds, and that you maybe threatened to sell those off to kind of hurt the American dollar. And is there any truth in that?
I couldn't possibly comment, but that's like...
Recently, at one of your rallies, a lady...
Interesting. That's interesting. Trump wants a low dollar. Yeah, but Trump also wants low inflation. You know? And if a pullout from the treasury bonds means an increase in the yield, means an increase in the rate of inflation, you can't have both? Isn't that contradictory? Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. You can artificially deflate the value of a currency without being explicitly inflationary in, like, theory. I don't know if you could do that in practice. Like, It's theoretically possible, but you're talking about two numbers that are so heavily correlated. I don't really think it's possible. Just in terms of rhetoric, man. Referring to Trump as the biggest problem that Canada has? I don't know. I'm looking forward to seeing the results of tomorrow's election. Unless he loses. Then I'm going to be mad as hell. Then I'll be upset. But, you know. What are you going to do? What if the bloc sweeps? Québécois supremacy? What's that video? Is pronoun? Joe Biden? Kamala? Mi pronoun? Quebec? Where's that? Where's that video? Barbecue?
T'es woke, toi. Toi, t'es un woke left. Tu supportes les trans pis les pronoms, toi. Veux-tu dire mes pronoms? Mes pronoms? Québec. Français. Barbecue. Go Habs, go. Bleu pis rose. Toi, c'est quoi tes pronoms, hein? Vas-y, dis-moi tes pronoms. Joe Biden. RuPaul. Je vais prier pour toi.
It's so fucking good, man. Does this really only get posted a year ago? I feel like this has been a part of my mental... This has been a part of the lexicon for, it feels like, a decade. This is actually the only good, not racist part of Quebec culture. Oh, this probably isn't the original video, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how long it's been out. All right, so anyway, what we're praying for is a Bloc Québécois sweep, okay? That's what we're hoping for. Or something. Type shit. Who's that? Don't worry about it. Bloc Québécois is not based? Then explain the video we just saw. Yeah, that's right, liberal. What are your pronouns? RuPaul? Joe Biden? Shut the fuck up. Remember when we had hope around election time? I don't know what you're talking about. I've got hope right now. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oi, oi. All right. Well, I think it's time for me to read donos. Imagine he snapped his neck and just died right there. That's a nat 1. It's a 1 in 20 every time I do it. Aaliyah and Feston, thank you for the tier 1 subs both. I really appreciate that. My friend is paying me to do the flats for their comic. Nice try, but I'm not going advertising webcomics via donos. That's a slippery goddamn slope. That's a slippery goddamn slope. Okay, I'll show a little bit, only because I like the flats. Good color choices. A flick of the wrist. I like the color choices. I think those are good color choices, all right? It's not easy. People talk down on the flats. I mean, they're not perfectly flat. I see you sneaking gradients in there. You think you could sneak that shit by me? Doing the flats. Putting a gradient on that motherfucker's shirt. Don't ever come back here again. We'll talk about the Australian election as well, but not today. How much longer do we have? When is it again? Australia election. Next month? Okay, we still got some time. What does the polling look like? It's in 5 days. Well, I guess that is next month. What does the polling look like? Labor's winning. Labor's good, right? Hey, looks like we have another Canada situation going on over here. See? The Liberal National Coalition was leading up until... Wow! Hey, what happened in late 2024? Literally, the downturn happened right here, right after Trump was inaugurated. Incredible. Trump is fucking single-handedly revitalizing social democracy all across the West. We'll see how it goes. Albatross, thank you for the $5. I'd be happier with people moving to Washington if we had trains. Otherwise, it's just a mess. Traffic isn't that bad here, speaking as someone who grew up in Los Angeles. We do have trains. The Sound Transit network ain't too bad. I know it's not great. I mean, it's not the MTA, but it's not that bad. Why'd you move from LA to Seattle? Pick any reason. And you'd probably be correct. You don't like your hometown? Seattle? Or sorry, LA? No? It's not bad. The light ones, the ones that aren't fully blacked in, haven't been built yet, but they're planned. They're like laid out. But that's not that bad, man. I mean, again, compared to like America, you know, it's not that bad. God is a Moscow out. This map is insanely sad, Lamau. Get back to your Metro 2033 ass fucking underground haven. The real one that I'm waiting for, even though it's going to take like a decade or whatever, is this one right here. One that runs from the waterfront over to West Capitol Hill and around. I like that. I like that. Okay, now they just need to drop the rent prices and I might consider moving. Hey, at least minimum wage is really high in Seattle. Did you know minimum wage in Seattle is like over 20 bucks? It's like 21 bucks. It's crazy. Wait, real? Yeah. Okay, white boy, now what's the rent? The rent is high here, but the ratio of minimum wage to rent is much lower here than Los Angeles, San Francisco, Portland, whatever else. I was at the Bellevue Mall the other day. I was at the Panda Express because I'm a real one. They had the standard, you know, we're now hiring. Starting pay, 26 bucks. Damn! That's pretty good. Semi-Locon, thanks the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Much appreciated. Very normal man, thank you for the tier 3 sub. Just hoping one day we get to see a bunch of videos of people peeling Trump stickers off cars and taking down signs. Probably. One day the cult will end. Nothing lasts forever. Hopefully we're around to see it. Sake, thanks the 5 tier 1 subs. NDP numbers, Pepe hands. Listen. You gotta hold out hope, all right? Maybe the liberals are going to end up being more based. That's a big maybe. But we have to hold out hope. House Gamers Airsoft, thank you for the 10 bucks. Longtime viewer, first chat. Howdy. Love the work. I'm in a wacky spot. Lefty / influencer in the gun world. Super stressed making videos, knowing my audience. Tips? I don't know. It's difficult, you know? Especially in gun YouTube, which is so overtly right-wing, with only a few, like, meaningful exceptions. It's pretty difficult. I think that, like, I think the nice thing about being a lefty and promoting your political views is that you don't need to be that overtly political in order to promote them. Right-wingers usually do it by signaling cruelty and in-group, out-group distinctions, right? Oh, fuck those people, or like, we're not like them, you know? But literally, like, if you're just a nice person who respects the law, that's lefty coded, especially in GunTube now, you know? Literally, if you're just like, you know, I support the right to own and maintain and use a firearm because I believe in self-defense, and you say something like, hate crimes are on the rise, and I think more so than ever it's important for everyone, especially if you're a member of a minority group, to know how to use a firearm because I value everyone's safety and I think that it's a such and such. Like, that's lefty coded, even though, like, it wouldn't have been considered really lefty coded like a decade ago, you know? So I think your job's a bit easier in terms of like the how overt you have to be. But ultimately, you know the scene better than me, you know? Iron Pond at the $5. What's your opinion on Crocodile as a character in One Piece? I like Crocodile a lot. Crocodile might be one of my favorite villains up there with Big Mom, I think. Churza, thank you for the $10. I miss video game streams. Any plan to play First Berserker Kazan? I don't even know what that is at all. I do want to do video game streams. Honestly, it's just, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but the channel's been putting out a lot more content. It used to be the main channel would put out one video a day, and the second channel would put out one or two. Lately, it's been like 2 to 3 main channel videos a day, and probably around that for the VP as well. And it takes a lot of politics streaming to produce that amount of content. So, you know, a lot's been happening. I would like to do game streams, though. Skynet Zero, thank you for the $5. Wish me luck, folks. Going to be working for Elections Canada tomorrow. Anyway, go Habs go. You can't say that unless you're in Quebec, motherfucker. Which maybe you are. No LOL, thanks to the $5. Does J-Reg stay in character off camera? Also, Glorps rise up. Yeah, he more or less does. Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 2 subs. That's very generous of you. It kills me that the NDP numbers seem to go down when Libs numbers go up and not the inverse with conservatives. Con numbers went down a little bit with the Libs rising, but yeah, it does seem like it's mostly people consolidating around the Liberals. That being said, the Canadians, sorry, the Conservatives did lose, like, fully, 5 to 10 percentage points? Maybe not 5 to 10. Cons went at their height from 44.4 down to 37.2. So about a 5 percentage point drop from their highest point down. That is significant. It basically wipes out all the gains their party has made since, yeah, mid-2023, right? A lot of the Libs rising has been siphoning off of NDP, a little bit off of Bloc Québécois and Green Party and so on. But it's significant that they're pulling people from the cons as well, you know? I'm optimistic about the election tomorrow. But I've got to say, it's going to be devastating if it goes poorly. Tall Skull with a 5 Canadian. What's the best way to cut bamboo? I'm really sorry. I have no idea. All I know is that bamboo is hard as fuck to cut. It grows wild in some places in Seattle, and sometimes people have it in their lawns. I think that bamboo is beautiful. I wish that people planted it more. I know it can be a bit difficult to manage because you need to trim it because bamboo grows so quickly. But it's cool. I think it's pretty. H Shelf, thanks the $2. Join late. Nice sweatshirt. Thank you. It's from Imogene and Willie. It's not fleece. It just has a standard loop back weave. So it's not that warm, which is good because it's meant to be warm weather. It's super invasive in certain climates. Yeah, it makes sense. I'm telling you, man, sweatshirt plus shorts. You want to get closer and closer to that classic silhouette. What silhouette am I talking about? Harrison Ford old photo shorts. This is one of the like mecca photos of the menswear community. It's been posted and reposted so many times, and it's such a simple fit, but it looks so good at the 1982 Cannes Film Festival. Look at that. You have brown leather shoes, derbies, with no socks or no-show socks, very short shorts, and a light sweatshirt or sweater. I'm not sure which one it is. I think that's a sweatshirt. I think he's wearing essentially what I'm wearing now, but his shorts are shorter. This photo, this is like a, it's like a, again, it's like a holy grail to the menswear guys. You know? Uves, you don't agree with any of my fashion takes. At a point, you should just shut up. I'm sorry, okay? You should rep me, okay? I have Kim's jacket. All right? Not feeling it? Your opinions are irrelevant to me. People love this photo. Harrison Ford got asked about it recently in an interview. The interviewer was like, how do you feel about the fact that this photo of you from 40 years ago is considered to be like super popular in the menswear community? And Harrison Ford, who's now like 100 years old, is like, I don't fucking know. The no socks is cringe? Nah, it's pretty normal to wear unlined loafers or derby. Well, I guess unlined derbies, but like, you know, in the summer with no socks. Or with no-show socks, which I would prefer. You would wear socks with sneakers. I don't like no socks with sneakers. I think that looks bad. But if you want to wear loafers or moccasins, boat shoes, it looks good. There's something so sleek about shorts that are actually short. I just think it looks better. '80s men's short shorts. Unfortunately, when you look up old photos, vintage menswear. Unfortunately, when you look up old photos, you tend to find stuff that's more like cosplay of the 1980s, right? You see stuff like this, and no one goes around dressing like this anymore. And nor would I ask you to. Nor would I want you to. I think there are some things that you can learn from this fit, but I don't know if you should necessarily be replicating it, you know? To me, when I think of short shorts, though, it's more stuff like this. I think this looks really good. And this is like a normal guy. I mean, he's clearly handsome, obviously. You can tell from his face, and he's in good shape. But look, it's just, this is a long sleeve. That's not a polo. Is this a banded collar shirt? Or a Henley? I think it's a Henley. It's a long sleeve Henley. And he's got the short shorts. Normal guy. What I mean to say is that that's Tom Selleck. Oh shit, that is Tom Selleck, right? Okay, the point is the fit doesn't look good because it's Tom Selleck. It just looks good. Sorry, I wasn't looking that closely. That is indeed Tom Selleck, who, by the way, is also a menswear icon. Is the bulge part of a look? I mean, kind of, yeah. Isn't that fine? Like, if you're wearing short shorts on a hot summer day, isn't it fine to show bulge? It seems weird to me that like modern day, like a lot of the short and pant styles that we wear are basically like you need to have a flat front when like you have a dick and balls. I don't know, like don't a lot of women's clothing in the summer kind of like a tank top, like it kind of shows off that you have breasts? It seems odd to me that we're like, well, it's indecent to show bulge. Well, you have it. You know, I don't get it. You have it. It's there. It exists. It's not necessarily sexual. I don't think this is a sexual outfit at all. But Tom Selleck was known for looking very good in what we would now consider short shorts, but back in the day, these would have just been like shorts. You know? Just looks good. Oh, here's him in some camo shorts. He really liked the, yeah, there's a long sleeve polo. Here's a contrast collar, short sleeve knit polo. Here's a safari shirt. Excellent pairing here too. Notice that for the long sleeve polo and short sleeve polo, he has more casual shorts on. But for this one, for the one where he's wearing a safari shirt, he's wearing them with pleated, more dressy, trouser-like shorts. Double button. They're not Gurkha shorts, I think, but they're higher waisted and they have more of a dressy look, you know? Looks good. It just, to me, it doesn't look like cosplay at all. Like this? Like, does this not just look good? Long sleeve polo. Shorts. Perfect. You're out on a warm day. I just think that nowadays when we think of guys wearing what we would now call short shorts, people think of it in like a degree of 1980s cosplay fetishism. They look at photos of like, you know what I mean, right? Like Capital, the 1980s. Like, yeah, you know, and no one would dress that way today. Anyone could dress this way today. Go for it, man. Make shorts look good again. But nowadays, if you look, hold on. Abercrombie and Fitch, they're a pretty topical brand, right? Shorts. Men's. On model. Athletic fit all day short, allegedly. And I think you'd agree with me that a lot of the aura is lost. You've got a theoretically fine outfit, a short sleeve button up, shorts, trainers, and the socks. You know, theoretically it's fine. But for me personally, the shirt is just too slim. And these shorts, see how it almost feminizes the silhouette? Look, it gives you an hourglass. It tapers in right here to the narrowest point at the waist, and then it widens out at the hip. This doesn't. This to me looks pretty masculine, in my opinion. This looks pretty masculine. This looks pretty masculine. And I think that's because there's better proportionality from the shorts to the top. And this one, the overly slimming shirt brings in the hourglass. Well, I don't think a feminine silhouette looks bad necessarily. No, neither do I. I've known some women. I'm just talking about menswear. And a lot of men do like, you know, a certain set of, yeah, there's a certain set of like aesthetic preferences they have, which I don't think are bad at all. I would never judge a woman or a man for wanting to present, you know, a more feminine silhouette. But I'm talking about, you know, menswear here. This is a classic fit right here. We've got a big sweatshirt and shorts. But I don't know. To me, if the shorts were just a little shorter, if they came up 3 inches higher like this, I think that would look better. I don't think this fit is that bad, though. I will say. I don't think it's that bad. Now, this, to me, is pretty bad. This right here. Like, this, to me, is crying out for a shorter short. It's all about proportionality. How do you draw the viewer's eye to your body? What silhouettes are you creating? Here, can we perhaps agree on this? This short should be shorter. Look at how good this fit would be if this was like, he was wearing like Tom Selleck shorts right here. I think that would look quite nice, though the shirt would be a little bit too slim for me personally, but that's a, you know, a preference thing. Stuff like this especially gets me. This right here. What silhouette are you trying to construct with shorts like this? I don't understand. Pants don't flare out like this. Like, if you continue the leg of the short down, very few styles of pants will follow this line. Maybe like balloon pants? Are you trying to look like you're wearing the short version of balloon pants? I don't get it. You take a look at most shorts. Let me go back here. And you're looking at essentially a recreation of a long pants silhouette in short form. Right over here, you have pleated trousers with a double button waist. Over here, you have slim camo pants, fatigues or something. And then over here, this is a short specific silhouette, right? We're talking like lounge shorts, basically. Like these are meant to be athletic. But when you're like, what is this meant to create, right? Like what are we being shown here? To me, this just looks like silhouette slop. You know? It looks sloppy, unintentional. It looks like, oh, that's just how the cloth folds. Oh yeah, you have a 9-inch inseam pant. Yeah, it just balloons out like that. Okay. All right. It does make his legs look like sticks. It does. It does make his legs look like sticks. I just think it's unflattering, personally. I don't have as much of an issue with these, even though they're wider, because they follow a cohesive silhouette if you continue them down to pants. The overall fit is better. It's a light, springy polo with some brown loafers and what look like linen shorts. That makes sense to me. The more casual fabric. It's a little bit shorter. See, the inseam is shorter. Like, compare this, where this ends, right above the knee, to this, where you have a few more inches of room. It makes it look light and airy. I think these are fine shorts. If you want to create shorts that have like a big dramatic A-frame, that's totally doable. But it needs to be a deliberate like styling choice, right? For instance, these are called trainer shorts, and I don't think there's anything wrong with them. These are essentially meant to be short sweatpants. They're athletic. They're usually low-waisted. They're very roomy, and they're meant for like maximum I'm going to the gym. For me, they're not meant to look super stylish, but they do convey a kind of like Americana 1950s, I'm walking down the street of Philadelphia to go to the local gym where I'm going to punch a punching bag for a while kind of thing. Big drawstring, you know, big flowy silhouette. It's not meant to convey, you know, like fashion forward style, but they're comfy. The pair of shorts I wear the most often are big roomy trainer shorts. Here's another example of trainer shorts, though I personally would not wear them with a button-up shirt. Ooh, what is this fabric? Wait, never mind. I thought this would be like a cotton. This looks like a cotton polyester. Never mind. I was thinking it would be different. Well, whatever. You get the idea. Sorry for the ramble, just thoughts that I have. Here's an example of trainer shorts from Champion. It's got the right silhouette, though it's not in a traditional fabric. But see, this is what they're meant to look like, which is fine. It conveys a certain kind. Champion did a collab with Todd Snyder. That's where I got my shorts. Let me see if I can find. Here we go. Champion x Todd Snyder trainer shorts. These are rather slim, presumably because they're being worn by a model with a 28-inch waist, but this is what I'm talking about. See, they're basically just sweatpants, but shorter. In my opinion, a little bit weird. I know that Todd Snyder wants, or sorry, not Todd Snyder. Yeah, no, Todd Snyder. Todd Snyder wants everyone to have a 28-inch waist or whatever. It seems a bit odd to style athletic clothing on the body of somebody who clearly doesn't really work out that much. I don't know, just a styling decision. Body shaming? Not body shaming. I've had sex with multiple people who have 28-inch waists despite being 6'2". I think they're very pretty. But these are, you know, trainer shorts. They're just meant to convey a certain aesthetic, you know? Sorry, I'm supposed to be reading donos. Can you go through the silhouette theory? I don't really know what you mean by silhouette theory. Just keep in mind, the clothes that you wear aren't meant to showcase your silhouette. At least not necessarily. If you want to showcase your silhouette, just go outside naked, you know? Clothes are meant to create a silhouette. That's why they're shaped the way they are. If everyone wanted to show off their body, they would just wear those like body hugging green screen suits. You know what I mean? Like, oh, here's what my body looks like. That's not really what clothes are for. You know, right? You want to create a silhouette. Like cyclists? Well, they do that for practicality reasons. There's a reason why typically expensive formal clothing tends to have a very voluminous silhouette. Suits create a silhouette. The way they're shaped, tapered, and constructed, it's meant to masculinize your figure. You take a look at old European kings or whatever. Big billowy clothing, you know? We want to create something. Like, this isn't a very elaborate outfit, but I'm still creating a different silhouette. See? Down to the legs, but it's not quite my body, right? When I have my arms out like this, it masculinizes my figure a bit because you've got the room up here. It gives me like a triangle shape, you know? And then the line continues down to the shorts, right? If I do that little like waistband tuck in, you give a little bit of a different look, a little more, not, you know what I mean, right? I do personally wish, you know, if I could have these hemmed, but I feel like these could go like an inch lower because I have nice legs and I don't really mind a bit of a thigh show off. But I did get those camo shorts that are a 4.5-inch inseam. And the shorts I'm wearing right now, I think, have a 6-inch inseam, so an inch and a half more. I do think the shorts look good either way. Yeah, I'm certainly not against these shorts. I love them. I need to finish reading donos. You could just leave them folded up? Well, you can hem them. If you have a pair of shorts that you like, but you think it would look better if they were folded up, people don't typically cuff shorts because it tends to look a little bit awkward. It's not like cuffing the ankle of a pant, or the hem of a pant leg, you know? But you can bring them to a tailor, and a hem is not that expensive. 10, 15, 20 bucks. It depends on who you go to and what you're bringing them, the material and stuff. You also can't really do it with stuff like gym shorts, like polyester or whatever, because the way the fabric behaves. Well, you can do it. It's just the fabric behaves differently. But for something like this, just made out of cotton, you know, you can bring them in and say, I'd like to bring the hem up 2 inches. And they could just do that. Maybe I will do that one day. You can also hem yourself, yeah. I'm sorry, I'm like late now. I've got to go. The Reaping Gecko, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Going to be scrutineering for the LPC for the election tomorrow night. Good luck. Good luck. I hope it goes well. I really do. Sean and Tiny Mom, thank you for the $5 both. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. No More Common and Cat Lech, thank you for the $2 both. Vosh is the petite rich. I'm not petite, I'm a big boy. Schnarf with the $11. Shorts and a sweater. Vosh going for the Fetterman look. I would posit Fetterman as a phenomenal example of how to make it look bad, personally, you know? And it's not even because Fetterman is a big guy or anything like that. Genuinely, and this is leaving aside the fact that he's a deplorable piece of shit human being, a disgusting wretch. But he wears the hoodie and shorts as like a joke. He doesn't do it as a fashion statement. That being said, and I mean this seriously, if Fetterman, rather than wearing, you know, gym shorts, wore cotton shorts, had them cut off quite a bit earlier, and his hoodie was cropped and also not like a quadruple XL or something, he could potentially have a bit of a fit going on. There's not a thing in the world wrong with a hoodie and shorts. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure I saw an excellent image from Dye Workwear the other day, where he was making fun of people who were dismissing the importance of clothing etiquette at funerals. I saw an image. It was a guy wearing a hoodie and shorts, and he was he had paint stained on the hoodie, and he looked He looked phenomenal. He looked really good. There it is. Now tell me if this doesn't look good, huh? That's a damn fit right there. That's a good goddamn fit right there. That looks really good. And you know why? He's wearing fatigue shorts right here. Basically, almost exactly the same shorts that I'm wearing right now, but his inseam is a little bit lower. Mine would come down to here rather than up here. I like the shorter length of his. And a basic, well-fitted hoodie. A hoodie that doesn't come down too far. The waistband should only come a little bit down from your waistline, you know? He's just lankier? No. Trust me. The difference between this fit and this one is not just body shape. Huge differences in the construction of the outfit. Oh, versus my shorts? Yeah. I think he looks fantastic. I want to cop this hoodie. Honestly, I actually, well, you know what? I can just do the Google search right now. Search with Google Lens, that thing that doesn't work that well. Is this a modeling photo shoot? I just see Dye Workwear posting it. Damn. It works well. It works very well. It works very well. Okay, I need to get the fuck out of here. I am so vulnerable to being distracted by this topic. Hopefully, you know, some of you guys find this interesting. I've gotten a lot of emails from people who have spoken positively about the rambling, because you know, it's a matter of like personal expression. It helps, you know, clarify one's positions, beliefs. Everyone wants to look good in their own way, you know. Victorious Gardenosaurus, thank you for the $5. Harden the food web, plant something today, especially beans. True. What's better than beans? Free beans. Very true. V-Raptor, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Axel is ready. Thank you for the $5. My grandma's an ICE agent whose daughter married a Mexican immigrant. She's really racist. Wish me luck. Your grandma is an ICE agent whose daughter married a Mexican immigrant. She's really racist. Wish me luck. Jesus. Your grandma is an ICE agent? All right. House Gamers Airsoft, thank you for the $10. Thanks for the input. Working on my comeback vid. Lost a few gun tuber friends. Hope things get better soon. Think viewers would be 0-0 to hear their ops offline. Listen, gun culture will make a rebound, okay? Right now it's Chud dominated, but eventually the right wing is going to be embarrassed by itself, and there will be room, okay? Keep the faith. I hope everyone has a wonderful day. I enjoyed stream very much. You know you're going to see me tomorrow, especially because the Canadian election's tomorrow. Let's go. Everyone wear your best pray we win an election this time outfit, and elbows up. Elbows up. I'll see you guys soon.